Well, welcome everybody. I hope you are having a fabulous day. I am Ada K, your alternate juror, and today we are going to be following two cases. First and primary will be the Karen Reed, but then we have closing arguments and going to the jury for deliberation on the Karen Swift murder trial. Her husband would be David Swift. But we already have the proverbial turning fan in the courtroom for the Karen Reed trial. So I'm going to go ahead and hop on and get these birthdays done because I want to make sure that we get the birthdays. So, where is it? There it is. So let's all hop on and wish all these fabulous people a happy birthday. If you have somebody who's a loved one and you want them to be involved, all you have to do is place their name in the comments and I'll catch them. Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Okay, we're going to be wishing Harold Griffin happy birthday. Lisa Coons, oh my gosh, I hope it's an amazing day. Robin Carpentier, you're amazing. Go to the gym and work out and enjoy your day. Donnie Matthews, happy birthday. Shelly, happy birthday. And also Barbara. We had a short list today. So happy birthday to everybody. I hope it's an amazing birthday. I am ready and geared up for both trials today. It's going to be interesting to be working both trials. And then I also have to leave for about an hour and a half. So I will leave both trials still up and running. I will be in the background commenting, pedaling, and doing what I normally do. So today we are going back to the Karen Reed trial. We waiting to see all the physical evidence that's just now hopping in. I'm really surprised. I would have thought they would have put a lot of this forensic evidence in first, which is what most people would have done. But hey, it's their trial. And who am I but an alternate juror? I also have my cup of coffee from my fabulous sponsor. Let me go ahead and roll that. And then that way we can get into what we got to get into today. But in the meantime, enjoy. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. And I kid you not, I love their coffee. Love their coffee. Okay, today is the 5th already. Oh my gosh. This is May 5th, June 5th. Oh, yay. I got to get on the ball. My daughter's birthday month. Okay, I've got my notepad ready. I am ready. I got my sounds. Y'all, in the other trial, I was using this sound way too much. Listen.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
Yep. And then.
I'm sorry, what?
So I got my stuff all ready to go. Court is spinning. So if you are catching me on Twitter, please click the YouTube link and follow along there if you wish as well. And if you are watching on YouTube and you want to go switch over to Twitter, I'm there too. So I'm so blessed to have everybody with me. And we are hopefully going to have a rockin' butt day. I will say, I need y'all to pray for my puppers. For most of you who don't know, I'm deaf without my hearing aids. Now 100%. I grew up hearing, but have become deaf over the years. And I have a service dog, and she's always sitting at my feet. Sometimes I pop her up in the live, but she's sick. And I'm going to have to take her to the vet probably today if she doesn't appear to be any better. I'm a little worried. I think it's a UTI. I don't know. It's the first time she's been under the weather, and I'm real worried about my puppers. I have a little thing. This is my puppers. That's my little girl. So I'm a little worried about her. We'll see what's going on. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Andriel. First time flies when you're having fun, and the trials have not been fun. Slowly moving along. Yepers. Good morning, prayers for puppers. Thank you so much. Andriel or Eddie, who's going to be on all morning? Because I'm probably going to have to leave at about 10 o'clock. I have an appointment. I may be canceling that appointment and going to the puppers appointment, but I need somebody to hold down the fort. Just post twos up and crosses and all that. You can't pin it, but post it. And I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. I don't want to sneeze. Ugh, I hate that. Let me put some music on. I'm trying to contact the El Doctor. Y'all hang on there with me. We're waiting for court. I'm making an appointment for puppers to get seen at the vet. Appreciate y'all holding on, making an appointment with the vet. Okay, everything's done. My children are on the ball. I'm here for a while. I won't have to be leaving so early this morning. Yay. You know, that's what's great about having adult children. They are so awesome. I appreciate and love them very, very much. So thank you, kiddos. Thank you. I know that my girls, I left her at home this morning with the kids so she can just kind of relax. I do not work my service dog when she's sick. Refuse to work her. Oh, somebody asked what was in the background. See this hat? You see that line? I'm going to bead it like I did my cowboy hat. So that is my next job, is to bead that hat. I left all my other beadwork at home this morning. So, what's going on? Let me see. Comment. What are y'all thoughts right now about the trial? We've had a few expert witnesses. What are your thoughts? I mean, right now, okay, I told, was it in this post or another post? I was telling y'all about how I had a little fender bender at the grocery store, and the tail light of the other car had been broken, and it fell into 4 pieces, not 45. And it was on an old pickup. It was a plastic, but I'll tell you what, I did get my hands and look at a vehicle identical to Karen Reed's, just different color, year, make, and model. And I walked up to the back of it and to see what would hit my body first. The bumper would have hit my body first, although the lights kind of protrude outward to the side a little bit. Yeah, they do protrude a little bit out this way, but the bumper would have hit first, and then that would have knocked the person over and either dragged under, but they would, or in their version, the person flies. Usually when someone's hit, they may come back a little bit, but I don't see how the glass would have gotten. I mean, I call it glass because that's what they used to be. The tail light would have broken the way it did. I just don't see how. I would see more possible evidence on the legs. If he's 6 foot, 6'2", I have a 6'4" son, almost 6'5". It would be more just above the knee and just right at the knee or above the knee and thigh bone area that would have been damaged on me, but on him, it would have been right at the knee or just below the knee that would have been damaged. And I would be like, that just doesn't make sense. Well, good morning, ZDR. How are you? Miss Eddie, it's always lovely to have you. Miss Karen, y'all are awesome. Does not look like I'll be going anywhere right away today, so we're good. My kiddos are taking care of puppers. Well, and the thing is that if she was, I hate to say the word uh, burning rubber, but that would be what I would see, would be burning rubber. Coffee in hand and ready to go. Yep, here's cheers to that. But I would think in the weather like that there would have been spinning of tires. I gotta get my camera straight. I think there would have been some spinning of tires and marks in the snow. However, at that point, the snow had just started sticking to the ground. The roads didn't have any stickage, but it definitely was wet. So, who knows? I just find that their entire system is all screwed up at this point. There's too many holes. Their holes are so big. It's like looking at my Target practice that I've saved for years after years, and I go back and reuse it. You can't tell which hole starts and the next one begins sometimes. Ah, well, you should ask. I am drinking my I adore this coffee. It is so good. It is my Sugar Shack coffee. Uh-oh, I hear people talking. My Sugar Shack homestead coffee. It is, I will tell you, it is freshly ground, so you don't have that bitterness. It's not over roasted or burnt. Yay! It's so good. My Sugar Shack coffee. I'm going to go back to what did I have today? Oh, it's very quiet. Very. No.
Follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case.
No.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left it the other day?
No.
Okay, thank you. May we have Miss Vaillier, please?
Watch your step again.
You raise your hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you have in court and jury in the case ever hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sure. Vaillier.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Now, Ms. Vaillier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16. Is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Vaillier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to just review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. Hey, Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372. Thank you. 332 and 333, which skipped over. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Okay, guys, I have two trials at once. We have the closing arguments for the Karen Swift murder trial,
Do you recognize what's-
and we have this one here. So what I'm going to be doing is we're going to follow this one,
Is that one of the
the
items?
Karen Reed,
16, next.
and then during breaks, we're going to go over to the other
Yes.
closing arguments, okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. My apologies. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Blair, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or no?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those sticklings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen has now been marked as exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. I ask you to look at those and look up to finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers.
Mhm. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence bag containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence bag from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the
Can you speak up a little, sorry,
Yeah.
a little
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 378?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked?
What do you mean? Okay,
I do.
got another live up for the names of witnesses.
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item.
I don't know if I understand, Ms. Andrio. My brain may not be functioning that fast yet.
Shape, what you observed from this particular item.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Okay.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Vaillier, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we
you-
put the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Vaillier, if you could explain to the jury again sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are
Got it.
multiple pieces in it, a little label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those a little bit.
Okay, they have just opened the court for the Karen Swift, David Swift murder trial. I have it on captioning, and then we're watching the Karen Reed trial. Anything that happens, like verdict or whatever, that
Do you
we will
recognize
pause
the
this
names
and
of
go
those
into that.
photographs, Ms. Vaillirer?
I do.
And what do you recognize them?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
So in other words,
May I
I
approach,
pieced them together like a puzzle.
I'll also seek to introduce in a minute
I
the next
pieced them.
exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
This morning?
Right,
I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
that's fine.
So please tell me you're going to show that tail light assembled perfectly back together. I heard that they had assembled the tail light and not a piece was missing. If that's the case, I'm going to call foul play because come on now. You found every single piece out of a blizzard and emergency vehicles were parked all over that area. People were walking all over in that area. I'm going to have a really big conniption fit if that thing is like 95% to 100% put back together. I'm really I'm gonna be dumbfounded. I really, really, really am. I really am. I have, Andrea, I have a list of witnesses, but it doesn't give the order. If y'all want all the list of all witnesses, because I think we're like up to 51 now.
May I speak with counsel for 1 second?
Yeah. I mean, if it's a total reconstruction, I'm going to call BS. And I want to know, you on the back of each housing light, there's an ID number. There's a number. Does that match the number of the one that was put in the vehicle when she bought it? And if it doesn't match, when was there an accident that it was replaced? All the parts are identifiable to that vehicle. So if you bought a light post an accident and installed it, it's going to have a different number on the back of it. So why are we not going there?
To get to the photos, Ms. Vaillier, if I could just ask as far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, oh, do you mean like there was like the tail light and then there were smaller pieces also in the?
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Yes.
I opened up Discord and it took me straight to my account.
The witness is ready, Mr. Allen.
And what were those measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes. I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
It may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Vaillier, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together.
May I look at my
Yes.
notes? Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that. Is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my. There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Oh, here we go, guys.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Oh,
That's the music I'm going to play today for our sidebars, if you don't mind. I also put it in our chat as well, so it's in both places.
You are unmuted.
So it's in both chat and Discord.
Ms. Vaillier, turning your attention to item 7-9, you analyzed 3 pieces from that. Is that correct?
Okay.
You know what, Ms. Vaillier, you can just look the whole
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces. 7-9.
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was one piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
They were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
So you were not able to make one piece of a tail light, like a whole tail light?
Larger pieces
That would have sent
which
me
of
into
those
this
larger pieces
atmosphere.
were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Vaillirer, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me which specific items made up piece 1?
Correct.
Oh.
Okay. I can.
Oh, she's like, please don't make me do this.
Okay, so piece 1 contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then, what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece 1. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the court's permission.
Okay.
Okay, so piece 2 consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what if anything did you observe between the pieces of those?
They fit together to make the third piece.
Okay. So piece 3 consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11. What, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what
Oh, there she goes. She's putting it together.
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Vaillier?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Vaillier, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you would put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
And if you could just use the way before I draw the jury's attention to where those would be in this photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what is now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Vaillier, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece 1 from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Mr. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as Exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107. Mr. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in Exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that is piece 2.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could add 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 3.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece 4.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as Exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 5.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Ms. Vaillier, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
We are still in the Karen Swift murder trial. Her husband David is on trial for killing her, and right now they are still in closing arguments. Nothing shocking there at this point, honestly. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. I'm adding a new background. Let's see how this works. Ooh. No bueno. That didn't work. Look what I did do. Yeah, that wouldn't be kind. That's not nice. That no noise.
It's 403 or 434. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2156. Where do you recognize what's now up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 403?
Oh, play
I do.
tell.
And what do you recognize that?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Very minimal pieces missing. I am a little in shock.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125.
That's pretty close total reconstruction of, wow.
Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you. At what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Wow, y'all.
Sorry, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
Mm. You're telling me that you got 90% of the
If I could have
pieces.
photograph 2150. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1, piece A. And then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in the testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Vaillier, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as a physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
May we approach Ron? Good morning.
Good morning.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay.
And again, it's 718.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different pieces of, there were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes.
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay, and so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19?
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's like that's an odd question.
I'm sorry,
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is submitted to
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So.
Do you have a record of that?
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
Take your time, Ms. Giannetti.
Okay, so I want to confirm with you that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. So. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7 dash in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my
Okay.
last question. Thank you. How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver colored apparent plastic, yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Item 7-8,
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get an appointment for
exact
the puppers to
you know,
see the
photograph
vet.
I don't think there's an
of the actual-
objection to
Um,
it. So we
yeah,
can
She
that's
did
true.
not
Okay.
answer the
May I
question,
offer that, Your
shocker,
Honor?
Proctor. What says Proctor directly on the screen?
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is. That is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was.
Hi,
and
Laura,
which
this is
trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show Exhibit 279, please. Which is 3 days.
Okay.
Now, Exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference
So
is.
you can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
However you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Can I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A? Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay, item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to move on to item 7-16, which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Vaillier?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've had?
Eddie, I'm confused.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
At Ada K. Brown, it says
Are you
direct
off of that?
on
Okay.
screen. Proctor?
Thank you.
What screen are you talking about?
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about now. Proctor gave all the evidence
again,
to her.
just
Yes,
identified
that
that
is
as
not
the
a
bag
shocker.
supporting
We
item
knew that.
7-16, correct?
Correct.
But
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery.
and
of
isn't he
those
the one that
plastic
had a
pieces
bunch of
was
time
February
alone in
18th
the
of 2020,
Sallyport?
correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 370, I'm sorry, 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates.
Just so you know, the
You would
defense
agree with
is
me that this
now
particular piece found
in
by
closing
Trooper Proctor
arguments,
on February 18th
and there is a
is
guy
also
that
quite a
has
bit
the
larger
most
than
hideous
smaller plastic pieces
jacket
found by
and tie.
Trooper DeChico on
I'm
February
going to
3rd,
pop it up
correct?
there in a minute. Watch.
Correct.
This one appears to be about.
Okay, let's pause that for a split second. You got to see this, y'all. You got to see it. Look at this. Are y'all ready? Look at the dude in the background. That cracks me up. Oh my God, that cracks me up. Okay, now we're back to Karen Reed. Anyway, that's funny.
11 centimeters.
I can't watch the closing argument on the
approximately.
defense because the guy in the background is
If I could
distracting
show
me. He knows he's on TV. He gonna put his finest stuff on.
Mr. Bates. And you would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay,
But-
yeah. And finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there,
Okay.
but I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last three evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
We turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
yes, I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last three evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Now, the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right, because it's on the corner.
Sure. Yeah.
You'd agree with me that once
This
you
is beyond the
received
scope
the
of my
5 pieces of
expertise.
taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, and once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later, once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have Exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that
Wow.
missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
That
It actually
that
was.
taillight looks like it's been hit with a rock or a hammer or something.
Yes.
Okay. And You would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates, you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay.
It's
But in any
laying
case,
on
to
its
this
side.
day,
It needs to
you
be
do not know
turned
where the
that way.
pieces that make up that hole
The whole white section
are,
is
or
missing.
what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
Dude.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm still engulfed in this
Now, Mix Vaillier,
jacket and tie this
reference
guy's
to
wearing on the other case.
17 and 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt. Fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Michael Proctor?
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Oh, your
Now,
witness
as
is
far
ready,
as,
meaning hurry up and get on the ball.
1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris. That was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, is that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, when it was collected?
No,
anything to
he
do with it, fair to
doesn't.
say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mix Vaillier, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Joyce, do you want to take your morning break now? Or wait? The people are saying yes, so we'll take the morning break now.
All righty. Morning break. We're going to mute this, and now I'm going to go into the closing arguments of this case. And of course, the volume sucks. Sorry. This is the defense's closing argument.
All right. I'll try not to take it all. All right.
Their volume is horrible. I have to put open captioning on with them.
Some of the witnesses, his neighbors, they didn't hear anything that night. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary that night. And so there's nothing to indicate a tire that is flat that is being driven is loud. The lady that lived on down the road that was in her barn that says she heard it. And in her interview, it indicated that she lived like in a little bowl area. She thought it might come down I think what she says, the Harness Road. She wasn't sure. I asked her, did you look? Why would I look out the window at night? And then she later said, I looked out the door. She didn't see anything. she may have heard a noise. I asked her the question, did you call the police? And she said, probably, or I usually call the police, but her interview was from several years later. I don't know, but the witnesses on the street didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. The passcodes and the user codes on her stuff, there's no proof that David knew those because she changed them. The Swift children, what they had to say, and in the days and years after this, how they've pulled together and he's raised them as a family, and they didn't see any signs of a disturbance in the house or around the house. The course of the investigation from 2011 until he was charged in 2022, a lot of things were done early on.
11 years between the murder and being charged.
For whatever reason, a lot of things got stirred up by media or these people writing books and things of that nature. Sometimes when things are going on,
Who is this dude
pressure
in the
to do
background?
something, pressure.
Who's that dude?
And pressure sometimes causes a reaction and choices to be made. We disagree with the choice to prosecute David Swift. He pleads not guilty to this. I don't know what happened, but there is no proof to support the state's theory in this case. You have heard all of my questions. You have heard all of the witnesses. The state said that this was a puzzle that they would put together for a complete picture. There is no complete picture. It's an incomplete picture, or there's things that are just not there. We ask you to find him not guilty of these charges. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, how long do you think it's going to take for them to come back with the verdict?
Oh,
I need to do a verdict
shorter on
poll.
time than that. Ladies and gentlemen, I will go quickly because I have a tendency to drag things out. There are three things that I submit to you that at the end of the day that are most important in your deliberations. One, ask yourself, did Karen Swift leave that house voluntarily? Given all of the evidence that we have, she'd been at work the whole day. She'd been at a party that night. She'd consumed alcohol. She was at her friend's, the Bonas, at around 1 o'clock in the morning, ready to go to bed when her daughter Ashley needed her. So of course, she did what every good mom would do. She went and got her. She finally got home at 2:08 in the morning. It doesn't take, I mean, it's just common sense that she was exhausted. She wasn't going anywhere that night. She had no plans. And if you find that Karen Swift did not leave that house voluntarily, that leaves you with one inescapable conclusion, that David Swift killed her in that house. Mr. Taylor talks about the autopsy. What he really wants you to do is reward David for being so good at hiding her body. Over and over again to our suggestions or to our questions, Dr. Ross stated, can't tell, too decomposed, can't tell, too decomposed. Let's move on to the tire. If it occurred the way the defense would have you believe, that she was driving down harness, ran over the tire, and then ran over the pebble, and then got the flat tire and stopped at Millsfield. What's the problem with that? You remember when I was questioning Mr. Darr, how long would it take for that tire to go flat? And he didn't want to answer because he knew the answer hurt his cause. He said, he agreed with me, 30 miles, 50 miles. Yes, how long does it take to drive 30, 50 miles? 30 minutes. So what's the obvious conclusion, ladies and gentlemen? That tire wasn't flat when it got to Millsfield Highway. So what's the obvious correlation with that? Karen Swift didn't have to stop. That tire was flat when it left 65 Willie Johnson Road. And lastly, the most important piece of the puzzle in this case, I submit, are the phones. It's common sense that whoever killed Karen smashed her iPhone. The iPhone ended up in the weeds with the Voyager phone. The Voyager phone called voicemail from the Swift home at 9:55 the next morning, 5 hours after the iPhone was destroyed. We know there was only one adult in the Swift home at 9:55 in the morning, and those two phones ended up side by side in the woods off Harness Road. David Swift killed Karen because he couldn't stand losing her. Hold him accountable for his actions and find him guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror in order to return.
Okay, Judge, get on the microphone, please. Your mic is not on.
It must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members to serve as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the appropriate verdict form to the court. The verdict form reads as follows. State of Tennessee versus David Swift, case number 22 CR 186, jury verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. Guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, or guilty of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, or excuse me, guilty of second-degree murder, or guilty of attempted second-degree murder, or guilty of voluntary manslaughter, or guilty of attempted voluntary manslaughter, or guilty of reckless homicide, or guilty of criminally negligent homicide, or guilty of intentional aggravated assault, or guilty of attempted intentional aggravated assault, or guilty of reckless aggravated assault, or guilty of reckless endangerment, or guilty of assault, or guilty of attempted assault, or not guilty. The instructions on the verdict form indicate that you are to circle your verdict. There is then a place on the form for the foreperson to sign the form and to date the form. This is June 5, 2024. If you find that the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find him guilty. In that event, your foreperson will report that you find the defendant guilty and will circle the offense on the jury verdict form. You will not concern yourself with punishment, since any punishment will be determined by the court. On the other hand, if you find that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to his guilt, then you must find him not guilty. In that event, your foreperson will report that you find the defendant not guilty and circle the term not guilty on the jury verdict form. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 15 of you. Everybody knows, and I know that you know, that a jury consists of 12 persons. We have selected 3 alternates, and we're going to select 3 of you at random to determine who those alternates are. When your name is called, if you'll just stay seated for just a moment, I have a couple of things I want to say to you. If you're not one of the 12 who will retire to the jury room. So here we go.
Okay, y'all. We got both places, one on break and one going to jury. And I thought I had a stream deck.
The three of you will be
Counter.
will be our alternates. As I told you yesterday, I think I did, when the 12 of you who are remaining retired to the jury room, you will have a complete set of the instructions I read to you both this afternoon and today. I have a notebook. Tab 1 is the jury instructions. Behind tab 2 is the jury verdict form that I read to you just a moment ago as well there. We'll also send in the exhibits with you in just a few minutes when we're able to get those together. We've also prepared a list of exhibits so that you can consult the list if you need to look at a particular photograph or document for any reason. In the event you decide you need to see a video again or something that was produced digitally, you let your jury officer know and we'll make arrangements for you to be able to see that. All right? All right, you may retire for your deliberations. The time is 9:53. Will the
Okay, so now they are going for their deliberations. So we'll go back to the Karen Reed. Okay, so we're waiting for the Karen Reed to come back from their lunch break. Morning break. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Dagnabbit. Okay, so we've got that turned down. We are now ready. Morning break. I spelt it wrong, probably. I'm sorry. Right. I can't believe how much of that tail light they put together, but then there's this one select area that's missing a lot of pieces. That's unusual. If you're going to miss pieces, I would think you'd be missing that many in one little clump. But God knows, we'll see. We shall see. Ugh, I am so sorry. I is so sorry. I'm yawning. What I want to find are timers. Why can't I find what I was looking for? Oh. It won't let me look. That is weird. Okay, so today's been kind of quiet, uneventful, typical Karen Reed stuff. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I need. There we go. Where is my StreamYard? There is my StreamYard. Anybody have an opinion? Just FYI. I put up a poll. I haven't done that yet. Yay for me. Figured out how to put up a poll. Not as hard as I thought it was going to be. Not as hard as I thought it was going to be. Let's see. I think it's going to probably take approximately, let's just say 3 to 4 hours for the deliberation for the other case. Honestly, in the case of Karen Swift murder trial, I do not think they have enough to find him guilty. Do I believe that he had something to do with it? Most likely, but I don't know if I can tell that he actually did it. There's not enough evidence there. The case in point did not poke the evidence directly to it. So I'm not seeing it. So for me, I'm not there. I am not there at all. Anybody know anything about Stream Deck? It's telling me I'm not on my computer. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah. I'm not getting it. Hey, we got updates. I don't think they got there. I think the only thing that could potentially be damning is the fact that he found out that he was going to have to pay literally $1,400 a month in child support for the two daughters. And I think that could have potentially been an issue, but I don't see that as an issue for murder. Now, unless there's something that was not brought in, like he was into adult images, and that did not get brought into the trial. Oh, although I think the jury could allude to it. Oh, that's okay. You can give your opinion. Oh, opinions are welcome. I have no problem with opinions. That's why we're here. I want us to share our opinions. It's a safe place to share, so much as that you are in the position of being respectful and sticking to the facts and not shaming or harassing or being angry for somebody who has a different opinion than you. I mean, there are people that I see that have different opinions of me. Oh, we have 67% guilty, 33% innocent right now on the poll with David Swift. But if he got $1,400 a month, absolutely nothing for childcare, yeah. One of the things also is that I think I don't like the way they threw her under the bus and made her out to be this horrible, horrible woman who was a swinger and all this. Now, if she was, that's her business. But my gosh, y'all, that doesn't mean she was a horrible person. I don't agree with that lifestyle. Not something that I personally would do. But if upside pineapples was her thing, her children were cared for. Well, and I think people forget they were married, got a divorce, got married again. So there's some years between the first two boys and the second two girls. And I think that, I remember being a single mom and I'd put my kids to bed and I have a friend come over and watch them while I go and did adult things, go to a movie. Yeah, go to a movie, maybe go to a church thing at night or whatever, and left the kids home. And there's no shame in that. They were not left alone. And at a certain age, they can be left alone. Now, 9 and whatever, no, they can't. Um, but what bothers me, why were both of the girls sleeping with a parent? I understand sometimes out of necessity that may have to happen, but why were both girls why were they sleeping with a parent? I don't get that. One girl was sleeping with dad and one was mom. Either that or mom and dad didn't want to sleep together, so they had to split the girls up so one could go in one bedroom and one in the other with the parent. I don't think that was right. I think that if the mom and dad don't want to sleep together, you don't split up the kids who were probably sharing a bedroom. My assumption would be the girls were sharing a bedroom. And so when mama didn't want to sleep in daddy's room no more, gosh, sorry, every morning, about this time, every morning. But I don't think that was right either. I mean, there's something called the couch or get another place. But I felt bad for the daughter and son that had to testify. I really felt bad for them testifying. That was not a very cool thing to have to do. I really feel for the parents and I feel for the kids. The parent, I mean, that's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Do I believe that I really have a issue with that female witness. It sounded like this and was just all too excited to make accusations. Oh, she drove me nuts. Mm-hmm. You're right. And then what was her name? I think it was Jennifer. Anyway, she accused one of the husband, Mr. Bono, was standing over Karen Reed while she was naked on the floor looking at her. And she stated she went and got the towel and she covered her up. And then when confronted with her cross-examination, decided to backtrack on that and say she handed a towel to Mr. Bono. And then she said she got there and the towel was on her. I'm more suspectful of that woman. I wonder if that woman, and this is my own hypothesis, no evidence to base it, and Mr. Swift may have had a relationship. I just felt that she had too much personal interest in this for the way she testified. And I very well could be wrong. But that's okay. Right now in the Karen Reed trial, we are at the very boring part of it. There's a lot of good information being said, but it can get very dry. Oh, they're coming back into court. We're back. No sound yet.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay.
Step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
You saw this with the evidence given to the court and jury, the answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Take the stairs. It's on the lowest setting.
Yeah, take the stand, meaning crawling through the box. There's not enough room. That's a very small box, y'all. I don't like that box. I'd be claustrophobic. Well, you have to be tiny to get into that box.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from there?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
Thanks, Andrea.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
Now,
I guess her
Ms. Hanley,
voice
with
is
reference
up
to
enough.
starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace arson and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries sort of what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
Now, is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now,
So let's find out that we have no fingerprints, no blood, no saliva, no liquor on that glass.
Yes, that's correct.
My humble opinion.
This specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Now, are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Breathing on that mic again.
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And and then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of sub-disciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could.
No.
Would come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating. And it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, how was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes.
I'm waiting for the aha moment, y'all. Our poll still has 67% guilty
So
on
the
David Smith.
diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Sorry, approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3,
Were there
they
any
then given,
slivers?
each of those pieces, respectively, an additional.
There'd be
label or-
slivers on that bumper,
Yes.
and,
along with those
the ones
pieces
that
of
are A
glass.
through E.
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopic?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the Grimm instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with the terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, on my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so 2 of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used a term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight, portions that were clear and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the GRIM and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece
Give
of
me the-
clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just of those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, John.
Right. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you both in sidebar votes?
Whoa. We have sidebar. What do you think, guys? Kind of dry information, I know. What am I doing? I'm watercoloring some fish. I can't just sit. I gotta do something. Me gots to do something. Me's gots to do something. So, I still want to hear where the sandblasted bleak did all this come from. I want to know about the drinking glass. They have a huge piece of the bottom of the glass. I want to hear, hey, we tested it. It contained vodka. Because that's one thing that they kept saying, that Karen Reed had a glass and then he had a glass. They can test that glass for the actual contents. Can they not? I mean, really, test them for the content. In my humble opinion.
Which one?
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as VV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized?
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the events memorialized?
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of BB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you inside.
Oh, no, not again. Really? Wow. Now we got a sidebar going again. I'm ready for the spicy meter, y'all. I'm ready. I don't have it yet, but we're ready. If you're watching, thank you so much. It's kind of a quiet moment right now in court. And I don't expect it to be super crazy today, but we'll see what happens. We shall see. Thank you for all my mods. You are wonderful. I appreciate you guys so very much. I really, really do. I want that to come down and kind of come like that. I am doing, never painted koi fish before. Never painted
Unmuted.
fish before.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, my request at sidebar is reserved.
Yes.
Thank you. May I inquire?
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
Correct.
A lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Bukhanik at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
Judge is being very helpful today. Are we getting there?
So the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Really? She must really like the flute playing. I'm really... Is he hinting at there's a missing piece of evidence? Is there a missing piece of evidence? Do we have a missing piece of evidence? I wonder.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Sorry about that, guys.
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
Physical properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my notes?
Sure. I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. So what are you getting at? Does anybody have an idea what he's getting at? Come on, talk to me, guys. What do you think he's getting at?
Okay, so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit.
Aha.
Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3,
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyzed that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also used the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis?
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 7-14, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They are found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 7-14, that single piece of glass to the cup. We found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the 4th column, 7-14, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 7-12, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 7-14 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. Want to show Mr. Lally what you have?
Sure. I'm looking for the one that was already labeled. I don't have it. May I approach the clerk magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
May I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what. I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what.
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? Where the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match?
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, the single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
So I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
So that's correct. So
okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you for that. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, Item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3.
Hey, y'all, help me out. I'm really struggling. My
is the piece
dyslexia is
that I
going.
examined
No, I can't follow
microscopically
this.
and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly at under 714, correct? The only match.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
So are they saying that nothing matched?
Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
I'm a little perplexed. I'm kind of going,
Hanley.
huh? Help me, y'all.
Within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces.
I do too. Too much limiting.
For comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my report.
Go ahead and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set. Nope, that can stay with you. Jim, the one with all the Post-its on it, can you give me that? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Yuiriy Bukhanik to the stand.
Okay. And I do
You are
have that
unmuted.
envelope, Mr. Lally. I have
Thank
it.
you.
Step for me. May stand and face the clerk.
Oh,
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
welcome, y'all. Miss Eddie, Miss Kevin, Miss Andrielle.
Whenever you're ready.
I have
Mr.
no
Lally.
idea, Aaron.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuiriy Bukhanik, spelled Yuryy, last of Bukhenik.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And,
I'll get
how
that.
long
I'll
have
be
you
right
been a
back.
trooper with the state
Mods, grab that.
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And what, prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well,
That's correct.
and you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrived at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Lally. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Bukhanik, as reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
You know, when you go to
And, in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
each one of those paper packages.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, was told had been taken to that facility as well, in relation to your response that morning?
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, she's here in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
You identified this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect identification.
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them that we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, so yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, no problem. Y'all, what do y'all think? Nothing dramatic yet. I see what some of y'all's points. You're feeling like the lawyer's hands are getting a little tied a little bit, maybe. Don't disagree with that. Um, uh, look what I'm doing. My first fox. I have to do something. I cannot just sit and not listen and not hear. It is just so difficult for me. It is very difficult for me to do that. I got to have some kind of distraction. I know that sounds horrible, but it is the way it is, y'all. It is the way it is, y'all. I want to go to that. Pause. So for me right now, I am just in a little state of mind of overload per se on this case, in the sense of that I think the witnesses and the poor jury are going to get everything's going to get very confused here shortly. I think that everything is getting muddled. I think people are having a harder time kind of staying in with what's going on. I think that people are wanting more of a clear who done it. And you know what? I don't disagree with them. I want to know who done it. Who done it? Who done it?
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant Buchanan. When you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in a condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
Mm-hmm.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard,
And when someone vomits like that, a lot of times, and they have a head injury.
Did you and/or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
Mm-hmm.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. That procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with the container being the bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access
Interesting. You make that very
correct.
clear without being
One
asked.
of those evidence officers, did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does as a unit commander to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as
let me step into
your
it
work
this
within
way.
this unit, as far as it's concerned,
Yeah, let's step into this.
What, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the district attorney's office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective Unit? Excuse me.
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with the physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep. So just your observation. So the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid,
a
which
crack
was
you
very
cannot see.
small in size, which would have been produced by a.
Objection.
Yeah. So we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Based on your training experience, what, if any, conclusions or what, if any, opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah. I'll see you at sidebar here.
Yeah, he can sit there and say, I saw a cut above the eye, I saw a goose egg, I saw whatever, but he cannot. A crack means bone. I saw a cut means skin. I think he is getting too close to the situation on. Yeah.
Hey, John.
Yes.
So Sergeant Bukhanik, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yes.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term to
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Consistency with what? With the.
Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to.
Oh, we're going to do exhibits. Mamas.
Okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Mamas.
Yes.
I feel sorry for the mama.
Yes.
Mama, guard your heart, baby girl. Guard your heart. My first little squirrel. I'm learning to watercolor. My first little squirrel. Not too bad, I have to say. Ay, 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 mama, guard your heart, baby girl. I know that's going to be so difficult.
How many items are we talking about? Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Sergeant, presenting you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but on
So,
principle, no.
okay. All right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
Yeah, I don't think it's right to keep dragging that out in front of Mama and Daddy and siblings. That would be difficult, y'all.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I need you another item, sir. Do you
She's like, "You're
recognize that
done."
item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 438.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from the
Yes.
bag. Display it for the jury.
Let me approach briefly.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, I had to go deliver a package. Oh, today is one of those days. Is it Monday? It feels like a Monday. Okay, y'all. So I guess we are on another sidebar. I apologize. Sometimes we have to, do things. How are y'all holding up? What are your opinions of today? I'm being kind of quiet, I know, but I really just want to see, I'm just really wanting to see all of the evidence that come in before I really put my own 2 cents worth in, honestly. That is just kind of how I'm feeling. Just where I'm at. I'm
Continue, Sergeant.
Yeah, I just think that is
You are
just
unmuted.
so distasteful to show the family. So distasteful. I mean, that is cruel.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in minutes.
Yes, I'm going to look.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I approach one last time? My apologies.
Your Honor, I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Yeah, we need to be respectful of the poor family.
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Y'all, my heart to that family. That is so horrible. This is one of the days that they dread. Yeah. I know some people are like, well, what do they expect? Well, yes, I agree to a point, but it doesn't make it any easier to see it.
Okay.
It does not make any of this easier.
Thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
The jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break.
Thank you for not doing that in front of the family. Your Honor, you got some couth.
All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
Court, all rise for the jury.
Okay, so they're on a lunch break. Water over here. Let this dry. I do country scenes and things.
You
I'm
are
not
muted.
used to doing critters, so I'm playing in the background. I am listening. I'm listening, y'all, but it's just so hard because some of this stuff is so monotonous and also I have to be honest, I kind of dissociate it a little bit because it's hard. This is heavy things that we're watching. And yes, we're watching as spectators, but um uh, but I think the only piece of article of clothing that I'm really going to be stuck with and really wanting to know, hey, what's going on, is going to be the it's definitely going to be the shirt. I'm putting my stuff away so I can talk more freely. It's definitely going to be the shirt. I think that is going to be my interest and my focus will be what is going on with the shirt. Let me see, our poll is still 67% guilty, 33% not guilty for the trial of Karen Swift's murderer, i.e., the husband, David Swift. He's the one on trial for murder. I'm said 3 hours for deliberation. It may take a little longer. I will tell you, it's not an easy cut. Obviously, they've been deliberating since 9:54. They've been in there 2 hours, so we'll wait and see what unfolds. What are y'all's comments on court today? I'm going to see who else is watching this live. He's a day behind. I think also, I think Brandy's a day behind. I think the only other person I think a lot of them are a day behind. I wonder. Court TV will be back. Okay, they've got that on. That's that. The young thug trial is still going on. How many days has that been going down? How many days has that been going down? Anybody know? I don't know. Both trials are in break or recess. Let me see some of our comments. Let me see some of their comments. Let me pull some comments. I'm going to put that up there. Y'all, thank you so much for joining us. I greatly appreciate y'all. It is so nice to have y'all here. Why do I not? Chat is disabled for this stream. Okay. It is. Okie dokie. Let me go somewhere else. I think what I'm going to do is I need to prepare to take my little girl to the vet. She is not doing well. She's still running a fever. She's having TT problems. I think it's a UTI. But I will be right back. I'm just going to leave this nice, gentle music on. I'm going to put on a video. Sorry. You're awesome, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. I was just doing that. Oh, don't mean to do that. Well, the fan is moving in the courtroom, means they're going to be right back. Thank y'all for hanging in there. I actually ate some cottage cheese. That was my lunch. I will have a hard stop for me at 1:15, but I'm going to leave this running. My mods, if you are here, please just keep posting direct cross on the witnesses. I appreciate it. Eddie, are you going to be able to be here till about 3:00? I have to take my dog to the vet. This is the first time we've ever had a sick call. I've had her almost 2 years in December. She's my service dog. I'm deaf without my hearing aids, and she's my service girl. And Eddie, will you take on the responsibility of putting up the direct, cross, redirect witnesses and all that for me, please? Also, while I'm gone, just kind of monitor the chats, make sure everything's going well. I will be monitoring it from my cell phone. So unless I'm in with the vet, I will be listening in with you through the cell phone. You're so awesome, Eddie. Thank you so very much. But I will just pretty much, this is how it's going to be. I'll leave it like this, and we'll just leave it like that while I'm gone. Sure. Just put cross, colon, you know how I like it. Sorry. Direct, cross, redirect. I don't mind too much about recross unless it's something important. The biggest thing is getting the name of the person, testimony, and if they're a specialist, what they do. Y'all have been doing fabulous so far. So kind of like that one. But if all you can get is names, that's fine. I'll go back and fill in later. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Definitely. Because I don't want to cut stream. And that way I can watch from my cell phone. Listen through my hearing aids. Sorta ish. But I'm waiting for the big bang. I don't have the big bang happening yet, y'all. Why do we not have the big bang happening yet? I don't even hear fireworks happening on this case yet. I mean, yeah, we were getting into the clothing and stuff, and they talked about the lens. Now, one thing that bothers me about the tail light, too many pieces were there. Very little was missing in the red department. A lot more was missing in the clear glass department. I think I can pull that up because I did screenshot all that. I sure did. But I hate that my screenshots, the way they save it, it's not how I want them to. So I got to go back and do it again. So let me throw this up there just so y'all can see what I'm talking about while we have a little bit of momento. Person share window, that one. Okay. So as you can see here, this white area is missing, but all of this red area was able to be reconstructed. Where's this? If they could find all of this, why isn't this there? And it appears to me the impact probably was right in here. See if I can zoom in. No, I'm doing it on the wrong thing. Okay. Zoom back out. There we go. Okay, so you see how this is flailing out like this? Impact had to have been right about here. See the angle of the don't mean to do that. See the angle in which the cracks are going out? It goes out like a starburst. So if you pull that in, you pull this in, impact would have been here. But yeah, interesting. But all of this glass in here, all the clear glass right here, you can see where the hand is, and I'm outlining. All of that clear glass is missing. Where is it? If you can find all of the red pieces, the white pieces clear is going to be with it. Don't give me that crap that you couldn't find the clear. I don't believe that, because if it would all be together, unless your wonderful job of snow blowing, but even then. Okay, guys, I have 30 minutes before I have to excuse myself. My fabulous Miss Eddie will be my mod in charge. Eddie, you can definitely take care of whoever needs to be taken care of. Please don't let the trollers go on too long.
All right. All right, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Already? Already approaching? Are you kidding me? Olive, where are my chats? There are my chats. Put that over there. Da, 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 da. We've had the native vibe going today. Might as well continue it. Get the cameras off the family. Come on. Poor mama. I gotta hand it to you, mama girl. You one strong woman. I know you don't want to be this strong. I know you don't want to do this. But you are. Where's the father? I haven't seen him. Is he there? Oh, she's laughing. I'll return you.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhanik, Those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the state police crime scene services section.
Now, as far as the crime scene services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation
I can pin it, I think, from my
investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime scene services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting fingerprints.
The right
they
witness? Is
assist
this
in collecting
cross or is this
impressions
direct?
like foot impressions
Direct.
in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the crime scene services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from crime scene services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when crime scene services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
Y'all, I don't know why it's doing that. I think what I'm going to do is remove that and put that
so
on
with
my
regard to
iPad.
January 29th back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Bukhanik just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minute.
All right. So there's no objection, right? All right. So, folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional.
This is driving me nuts, y'all. And it's not us. I think their feed is so overwhelmed.
Reaction in jurors. For
Because
example,
my
it's
internet's
natural and
running beautifully. I have it up on the screen. I have no idea what's going on. So we're just going to have to roll with the punches. And this doesn't surprise me because everybody and their brother is probably loading on right now. So let me refresh. There we go.
Yes, I do.
Geez, they need to prepare for this. That's all on them, y'all. Not me.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids.
Not me, y'all. I think they are overloaded. I am frustrated. Nothing I can do.
Lateral.
Keep resetting it.
Excuse me. Parallel.
This is an overload of their system. I'm just going to pause it for a minute and let it do. I apologize. There's nothing I can do about it. I've got our counts up. I've got everything on the thing. I've even made sure that my personal internet is turned off for my devices. And yep, no internet for my devices. And it is not on our end. That is on them, y'all. Let me see how it is on my phone. Let me see if I can pull it from there. If it's circling on my phone, it's definitely on their end.
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Miss Reed's. Communication did either you or Trooper Proctor.
I don't know what's going on, y'all.
Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were
approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us
I'm resetting the YouTube. I'm going to bring it back up because I don't know what's going on. I just spoke with my son, who's a guru, and he said that our internet speed is flawless right now. So it's not on our side.
At the residence with you?
At the time, I did, yes.
There we go.
And was that in Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his arrival?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went into the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So then you proceed inside the home, and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you, are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing
Every woman's
across
secret.
the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And
Do I need to give an instructions to Ellie? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
I'm out. I'm gonna pick up Sarah. We're gonna have to sit and be squeezed in, so I'm gonna try and come in just to try and they're fitting us in.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, take care of the dog.
I will.
She last night wanted to burrow her face under your arm.
Oh, I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, me too. You got the shot.
All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Bukhanik, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. she was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, I agree.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, excuse me, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The device was, the vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed, and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway and the tow truck, and the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And from at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home indictment? Subsequently,
yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seeking to do the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Yeah, for your permission,
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those 2 short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Gentlemen, if you could click on it and pause when it please. You could press on my.
Stilali, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You pause right there, please. Now, the Sergeant Bukhanik, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that has just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dighton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, bearer Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
If you could press play from there.
No, calling him a bitch. You calling them. Yes.
2 individuals just exited that vehicle. Is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are and from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
This gentleman, if you could play this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling at.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay.
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have a second of those 2 videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Bukhanik, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed. for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me.
There also might be, there was like a thermal reading of the temperature.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes.
Yeah, so tightly.
Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what if anything is significant you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that tail light.
If you could, using that laser pointing out before you just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Just go if you could play this through to you can take that down. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dighton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dighton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dighton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sally Port garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up when we finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway with video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost, you can introduce the minutes of the exhibit.
They had just a moment, Council.
Okay.
Mike. Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
Yeah, those are good too.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may publish that video.
It was, the problem is, I thought they were bullets too. And Kale was like, no, it's slingshot. But they shouldn't call it. No. But when you see bullet,
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port Garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom and the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
But I think Kermit used to work it. No, he either worked with the receptionist or the guy that acted with the law.
As far as what's the shot of this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind, as we did the entire way from Dighton all the way to Canton.
Hello. Okay, we'll do.
Do I need to video? Now, as far as the interior of the Sally Port Garage,
Put the lights. Thank you.
As far as the interior Sally Port of the garage, you mentioned that is a heated area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sally Port with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sally Port garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about the seat to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or to the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay. Could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
A short afternoon break on our long days at about a half an hour, but I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And then we'll go straight through till 4 o'clock. And if anybody needs a break,
All rise for the court, please.
Jury, follow me, please.
Jim.
Your Honor, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If you please the court, yes. Your Honor, may I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you. Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally, or
I believe so, yes.
is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right, lights on, please, Dave. Thank you. All right, so I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
I gotta say, we gotta give him something. Thank you. Be seated. Close back.
All right, so we're ready to pick right up where we left off?
We're ready. Thank you, Robert.
So I'll just be clear, the objection's overruled, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Sergeant, we're going to start up again with the video.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Okay?
If you could pause right there. And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Just tell me if you could play from there. If you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Bukhanik, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Then.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here. If you could pause there just for a moment. Dr. Bukhanik, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Bukhanik, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage camera.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. And I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, did you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
And as far as the snow and the caked on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26. Ms. Gilman. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Bukhanik, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Muted.
And so, sir, during the course, let me ask you this, as far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within within your unit. How is it is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that? How is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was a case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from 1 Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe a, if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the public this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
You are unmuted.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, our first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicular to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Gentlemen, if you could pause it. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, will you be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if this gentleman, if you could play. Now, Sergeant Bukhanik, you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you could just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could address. Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot or the video that you observed, were you able to recognize the operator?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through that. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press. And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this? And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
I was telling if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. Reed, the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As the defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the CF McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to CF McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as Exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. At a moment, John.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side taillight that you were describing damaging. Thank you, sir. Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that too. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. So Sergeant Bukhanik, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to see at Bukhanik's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the C.F. McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment, from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to sit introduced in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
461 and 460.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that those be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
And Sergeant Bukhanik, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed this still shot from the C.F. McCarthy.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray light two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot is going to be. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F. McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress for the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed, the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camerano.
If you could play that to about 8:20. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to sort of what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verify the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are time-stamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is, prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes. Just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, the area, so people that come around, Mr. Roberts, who, anyone else do you recognize in that area at this point?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please come and play that to.
Eddie, are you there? I's back. I's back. Is everybody here? Oh my God, thank y'all for watching and holding on. Appreciate y'all. I really, really do. Eddie, you are Jim for holding down the fort. I went by the taco place and got me a bean cheese burrito, add sour cream, and the beans were soured.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I'll catch y'all up in a minute. I got to catch up. I don't know what all happened.
To about 32 minutes even into the same video.
All right, Eddie, give me the down low.
Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so, to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm hungry, y'all. Don't judge. I took care of my girl on my break.
And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into this same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, to about 38.
fireworks. They're at a bar with alcohol. Okay.
Now, Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
Added a
She
shot to a
received
glass.
shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to
Yeah, I knew
fourth
this
video,
was.
video number 4,
I knew this was coming.
and ask you to go about 50 seconds into 50 into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30.
Are we still on direct with Bukhanik? So those are those smooth glasses, but the bottoms are like bubbly. The like little bubbles on the bottom, like marble.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So that's 4 drinks, and how long?
Fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, within this same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds.
You can ask me, doesn't mean I will. I'm sorry, I can't say that. I got to be nice. Sensei or my?
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40.
Thank you. I think I dropped my perfect. I think I dropped my paper towels back there. We're good. Sensei, come. Nope. I don't know where my paper towels went. Oh, here. God, you even take medicine good. Good girl. Oh my gosh, what a good girl. Oh, can you look in my office? I need a roll of paper towels. Oh, was that them? Ah. Hey, Sarah, look, my first time.
I like this world. Oh, that's great. She needs to take him again at dinner.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video, the two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
Really?
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. Ask you to play for the next 10, 20 seconds or so. So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within for the time stamp. I'm sorry.
So she drank. It was pretty much
That's
there.
what he said.
Yeah.
So I'm drawing a bear.
Yeah. Okay, she wants to be with you.
Yes, I'll give an update. We're settling her in. Yes, next sidebar will update.
Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Y'all, this does not look good for her.
I'm showing you a 5-page document. To review that, look up when you finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
On the Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Call Mark to introduce the medicine next exhibit.
We probably should approach.
Okay.
Briefly.
Okay, sidebar. All right. little girl does have a pretty strong UTI. And so we got her some medicine to help her feel better. She's laying next to me. She finally drank some water, which we're relieved for because she wasn't drinking water. Doing a bear. I'll take a break. So she is going to be fine. However, we did discover a structural anatomy that we may have to have corrected if she continues to have UTIs. I have only had her for a year and a half. But there is no records of UTIs. And
You are unmuted.
Past. So we'll have to see what happens. But she was running fever. She wasn't drinking. It hit really hard and fast. Come here, baby girl. Come here.
So Sergeant Bukhanik, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also
Yes,
on
she
February
is.
1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
As far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
What I want to know is how many beers did you guys, all the cops, have at that night too?
So I'm showing you.
I'm just saying. I want to hear it from everybody.
Those and look up when you're finished. And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage, shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and amend as the next.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that these be published for the jury.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have the first one. My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first one from the interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this set. And again,
Get
do you
water
recognize
for
the
my
photo on screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observed Mr. O'Keefe holding as he's exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
Why are they allowed to enter and exit with glasses in a establishment? I thought that's a no-no. I thought that's like a big no-no.
Screen, which is now marked as exhibit 467.
Yes, I do.
Unless it's bring your own.
Using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this still.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. You can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. I have a sick doggy. But we got her meds. I just went and got her settled. I got my water and forgot my coffee. But
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit.
my little girl is going to get better. Just these darn UTIs.
And do you recognize what's contained in exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
And are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
How many drinks are they saying she had? 10?
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from channel 3, the second video down. If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds.
We are still on a verdict watch, y'all, just FYI.
You could play them. I could ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occur there?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant.
That's
Defendant
a horrible.
gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
That's a horrible video camera, y'all.
Same channel 3.
If you're going to have a video camera, get a good one.
Video down.
If I was a juror, I'd say, I can't see crap.
If I could ask you to go
What, did someone just fall down, or are they doing something by the stage?
in 40 seconds. Pause there. Thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you could direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen.
Actually, the smaller the image,
From
the
that
easier it
portion of
is
the
to
video,
see.
you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
What are they
She
trying
retrieves
to
a
show?
drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what if anything do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video, the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
So yeah, y'all, I'm. How many total drinks do we have? We've got some bean counters in
Mr.
here.
Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay.
No,
All right,
I just got
so,
back.
Sergeant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any
Did she
independent
say
research
tomorrow?
or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it.
Oh, she knows that doesn't look good.
All rise for the court, please.
See that? Oh my God, did you see that? Oh, I want to screen record this. How do I? Oh, dagnabbit.
I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
I bet you will. And my remote just decided to die, so I got to plug it in. Okay, did y'all see the eye rolls? Oh, let's see that again. I want to see that all over again.
Same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, let's see that again.
Please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
Trying to catch it.
Rise for the court, please.
I'm gonna screenshot that. Gee, that is so good. I did good on that one, y'all. Y'all, I did good on that one. I normally don't do good at that kind of stuff. Ooh, that was funny.
Sir, follow me.
But do you know what? That didn't mean she did it. And
I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
I thought they were supposed to be off on Thursday. They were supposed to be off Tuesday and Thursday. What changed, Eddie? What changed? She keeps looking at the camera like, dude, get out of my... Oh, I want to lip read that. Let's go back and see if I can lip read it. Y'all know my lip reading skills. No pressure. Ever. No proctor. What? Did she say no proctor? What did she say? I got to read that again. I'm sorry. I want to know. I want to know. I thought they said no proctor. You're right. No proctor ever. What? Oh, did she just give us something? No proctor ever. And look at her dad. Look at her dad. That is so hard on them. Why cannot proctor be called? Is it because... Okay, but let me get the mic up here. I want to say this. I'm going to say it once. They're not going to do proctor because they know if they put proctor up on the stand, the prosecution's going to lead, and he's not going to get up on the stand for the defense because he's under investigation for the feds, and anything he says can and will be used against him. So all he could do is plead the fifth, and if they do that, there's a mistrial. I think. What are your humble opinions? Y'all. And we are going to be back tomorrow? And how many drinks total? Did anybody get the number? We saw 6 at one place. How many? Do we know? How many alcoholic beverages did she drink? That's important to me. I want to know. I want to know. I really want to know. Gotta know, want to know, really need to know, want to know, gotta know, really, really, really need to know. Oh, got my camera too close up now. Y'all. Nothing surprised me with this case. Nothing surprises me with this case. And the fact that we still do not have a jury verdict in... Okay, it was 9:54, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, going on 6 hours. And we still do not have a jury verdict. Yeah. But you know what? I want to know is okay. She had that many drinks. Are you going to sit there and count how many drinks everybody else had that night? Let's talk about this. Oh, you're starting to do that crap again. Ugh. Let's talk about that again. I really want to know. Do you really want to know? Really, really, really want to know? And my camera's going wonky because I jerked it earlier. There. It's a little better. How do you like my candles on that side? But over here is Heidi the Highlander. She's our little mascot. I noticed that the father, O'Keefe's father, has not been present. Does anybody know where he is? Oh, you could be top snark on here. I know he has a verdict timer, but I don't have the capabilities of a verdict timer, and that ticks me off. I really want a verdict timer, but I don't have the technology he has. Y'all. Make a girl feel inadequate, why don't you? Like, really? Kidding, y'all. Hot tub. Cold case. Jury. 5 hours. 33 minutes. And 6 seconds. Yeah, the longer deliberations are better for the defense, but I bet we're going to come up as a hung jury. I think we're going to come up as a hung jury on the hot tub murder case or the Karen Swift or the David Swift case. I don't see Yeah, I got to see if I can find out how to get a timer up in the window. I don't think there is in StreamYard. Hey, StreamYard! StreamYard, get us a timer abilities. I want a timer. But see, that timer is on a different device. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see something, my precious. Let me see something, my precious. Add item. Camera slot. I can come over here. I can do this. I can do this and save it as to update. Okay. Now, let's go and see if I can add an extra camera. I can't. I'm going to have to see how to add a iPad, because if I put the iPad like right over here with the timer, I'm thinking awfully hard. I jolly is. I like this so you can get the whole courtroom. I can throw up a comment and it doesn't interfere. But do you know what? I've been a bad girl today. I forgot to put my live. And I probably should have that one. There we go. All right, guys. Wow. I'm wondering what they're discussing so intently. Why? Oh, that's on him. Another day. What are they discussing so intently? Let's go back. Okay, no sound. I guess no, she's talking to parents. Let's see what she says. See if I can lip read that. Oh, good for you. You finally covered up. I bet she purposely, that looked like to me, she was like, okay, are they looking? Are they looking? Okay. And now she's. So I wonder if she wanted to get a little leak out there that Proctor will not be testifying in this case. Do you know what? That tells me that he is possibly in danger of being in trouble. If he testifies in this case. But they had Higgins testify, and everybody thought he was going to come up and he was going to drop some bombs and he was going to blow this wide open. Why would you ask if I've been drinking? Why would you ask if I've been drinking? Would 3 cups of coffee and a Dr. Pepper be considered drinking? Not sponsored. This is delirium, man. This is delirious because my poor puppy, my beautiful puppers, she had us up all night. Oh, I'm doing it just to be silly. I'm doing it because I'm exhausted. My dog, God love her. I haven't even had her. December 5th, I will have her 2 years as a service dog. And I'm like, wow, that time has blown by fast. And I know you are, babe. We're all good. And first time I've ever had to take her to a vet for an illness and nasty UTI. And it blew up overnight. It was like we had nothing. Yesterday, late afternoon, early evening, after I got off of the live, she started going to the bathroom like every 5 minutes, whimpering to go. And this dog can hold it, y'all. I mean, she's a trained service dog. This dog has got the bladder of steel. And of course, I don't ever make her hold it that long, but if I had to, like on a long jet flight or something like that. And literally, we go to the bathroom, get back to my bedroom. She'd hop up in bed, look at me, turn around, and go right back out. I'm like, oh my gosh. So we did a lot of that last night. So we are all very tired. And we're done for the day. But she is never one to whimper or to cry or to, she is as stoic as they get. And she was just so uncomfortable yesterday, which really disheartened me, none to say the least. And so for me, I didn't sleep much. My son didn't sleep much. My daughter kind of took it in shifts. And I'm just going to stay here till they give us something. If they give us something. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But she's going to get better. She got some pain medication with anti-inflammatory built in, both in one. And then she got a antibiotic. So we just gave her some of that. And the big thing was she really wasn't drinking water. The only thing she would do is chew ice. Her ears were hot. Her nose was hot and dry. She was running a temperature. She was panting. I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't want to do a middle of the night vet call. So we gave her some cranberry juice and it was like, do I have to, Mama? I look at her and say, yours, with a smile on my face, yours. And she's all like, it was so cute. It was so cute. Poor baby. Yes. And we got the non-sugar raw cranberry juice because that's what we were told to get. And she drank it. All I had to do, I encouraged her. I threw some of her kibble in it, which she would dive for the kibble. And I think that started helping her. And then she wouldn't drink water. So I started tossing some of her kibble in the water. And she would get water with the kibble. But, it was like, dude, I don't want to go potty again. Don't make me drink. I don't want to go TT. She's like, I don't want to go no more. Why are you doing this? Yep. It's like, don't make me go no more. Don't make me drink. I don't want to go TT no more. But she drank it. This girl, I just handed her pills and she just chomped them down like they were biscuits. See, that's the difference between, and I'm not knocking people who train their service dogs. Some people do, and that's fine. But if they can't pass a public access test, they don't need to be in public. As an ADA law specialist and a deaf support specialist, and one who actually was part of a group that got a law passed and went and testified before the House of the Representatives Steering Committee or whatever it was, and got a bill passed that it's $1,000 fine in Texas with 30 hours of community services with organizations that services the disabled, not just any community hours. You have to do it with an organization that services disabled. If you get caught faking a service dog, but part of the problem is that, she's so well trained. She's trained from puppy for this. She has a wonderful life, a lot of playtime, a lot of dog time, but she is a worker dog too. And I can take her anywhere into pretty much any situation. We were at the firehouse. I'm a volunteer firefighter, and we were in the garage, and one of the big trucks, the water truck, somebody started it, and I didn't know they were going to do that. And she got startled for like 2 seconds, but She doesn't run. She doesn't tag. She just kind of sits down and goes, and I go, good girl. It's okay. It's okay. And I give her a treat and she's fine. Yeah. And that happens all the time. We have people who bring their pets and put them in a basket and dress like little clowns. And they throw a patch that says, working dog in training, don't touch. Service dog in training. Guess what, y'all? Under the federal ADA law, a service dog in training is not considered a service dog and not allowed in public unless it's a pet-friendly place. So if you take the dog to Lowe's, that's fine. But if it growls and barks and you threatens, you got to go. So many dogs noted to be service dogs, and they bark, growl, and charge people here at the stores and parks. Yeah. It's a huge thing because it's a safety issue. People just don't have a clue. My dog was born, raised into the service dog for the blind. She hates water, except for drinking it, and she'd guide the person through around the puddles and not through. And they couldn't break her of that. It was something that she just couldn't work through. So she's trained to be my ears. She's my hearing dog. I was told that a guide dog takes about $80,000 and a hearing dog about $30 on top of that. So technically she's $100,000 service dog. 80 plus 30 is 100,000, 110. And so it does take away from the validity of the people who truly have a service animal to aid them. And but you can tell by the way she talked, or by the way we walk and the way we navigate and how we do things that we're a legit team. The organization I got her from, I didn't just get her and just go out and be in public. It took 3 months before we could go in public. And then I had to pass a public access test with her. And the problem is that a lot of us would love to see that implemented, but there's nobody there to oversee it. There's nobody there to do those tests. It's just a big situation. And I hate it. There are a lot of good people who need them. But there are a lot of people who I see on a daily basis, especially in one restaurant in town. It happens to be one of my favorite where I live. But people bring their dogs in and throw a little vest on them and say, service animal, and they just let them on in. And they put them in the seat with them. They're licking food off the floor. They're growling and barking when they pass my dog. Oh, it's my dog. We were at the, what is it called? Cheesecake Factory. We came in and sat down, and we were there for quite a while. So all the tables that had been around us had gotten up and left, and our server didn't see me come in with the dog. So when we got ready to leave, nobody in around us knew my dog was even there until I got up and she came out from under that table, and that's a service dog. Question, are there only certain breeds? No, any breed can be a service dog. Any breed. But this woman has a literally Yorkie Dachshund mix. And she goes into the dollar store all the time, and it's dressed in frou-frou dresses, and she puts it in the basket, and it's got bows on it, and it's got one little patch that says service dog. And I look at her, and I'm looking at my dog, and I look at her, and I said, oh, what a cute service dog. What does it do for you? It's a mobility aid. And I look at her and go, mobility aid? Just like that. And she goes, yes. And I said, I call your bullshit, ma'am. I call you. And I'm going to up you. I pulled up my business card that states that I'm a disability integration specialist, staff support specialist. And then I pull out another card with the ADA law on it. Guess what? The law just passed as of September of this past year that you're going to get a $1,000 fine and 30 hours of community services for faking a service dog, and you'll be the first one in my area to get it. She cussed me out and stormed out the door. That dog was yipping the whole time. That's what got my attention. It was yip, 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 yip. And we were 5 people behind her in line at the time, and she saw my dog, and she had to grab the leash to keep the dog in the basket. So I do my thing, and I leave, and oh my God, my car's here. Hers is pointing towards me here. And she's talking to a lady out there who was in line between us, and they were going after me verbally. And that lady was going, "Oh, she didn't have a right to do that." Yeah, I pulled a badge. And she was talking and getting belligerent, and I glanced over, and she was like, "You don't need no dog, B." And I was all like, I won't say what I just said. And she goes, "Yeah, you're faking it." And she went off. So anyway, I said, "Ma'am." She goes, "This is a post-traumatic stress dog." And I said, "Oh, whoa, I thought it was a mobility aid. I thought this dog was for mobility." And I said, "Ma'am, you got PTSD? Do you know what PTSD is?" "I'm anxious. I got anxiety, and you're making it worse, and you're going to make me panic and have a heart attack and die." I kid you not. And then she runs into the store again. And as she gets in, "That woman's following me. I'm scared." And I'm all like, oh, snap. That woman is something special crazy. She cray. I just get in the car. I get ready to drive off. And the manager comes out of the store looking for me. And I'm all like, oh, I don't have time for this. Otherwise, I mean, if I wasn't having to be somewhere, I'd just sit there and wait for the police to show up. Because she would have gotten a ticket. She would have gotten nailed for it. I don't care. I understand people get pets and they want to take them everywhere they go with them. And I understand that. But you know what? It's not safe for them or us. How did you get your dog for service dog? Well, you must have a disability that is true disability. And that means it impacts a basic life skill that's needed for you to, I guess, live, for lack of better terms. Just because you have diabetes doesn't mean you get a service dog for diabetic. By the way, 99% of those are fake. I mean, 99%. Hold on. My daughter saw a centipede. We cut them. You can't stomp them. They don't kill very easy. And I don't need my critter bit. So anyway, we don't need another vet bill. Anyway, if you have a true disability that your doctor would find you disabled for, then you can apply. There are a lot of places. If you live in Texas, there's a place called Service Dogs Inc. Inc. That's where I got my girl. The lady who owns it, runs it, founded it, is a retired lawyer. She's very big in advocating. I only paid a $50 application fee. It can take up to 2 years. For me, it only took 8 months. They matched the dog to the person, not the next person in line to the next dog, which was a good thing. And it's a lot of training, and it's awesome. I understand, Karen, but they can't go in a restaurant. Anywhere there's a health department code, they can't go. Are you bringing it in here?
No.
Oh, my daughter's like, oh.
It was on the mat right next to the door, and I was standing right next to it. And both the pets are up, but Ellie could have tried it, and
Did Matt get it?
Matt got it.
Okay, good.
It's gone. But be careful when you're standing on that mat because we could barely even see it. I thought
Matt, where?
The outside the door to Jackie was going potty.
I always look before I let her down. We've had scorpions climbing right at the key in the front door. I know it's that time of the year and we've had a lot of rain, baby girl. So anybody who has a service dog, it should be able to pass the public access test. And here's why. My dog can be in a sit next to me, standing, whatever. And another dog has tried to attack her, and all she does is curl up behind me. She doesn't aggress. She doesn't aggravate it. She doesn't instigate it. She does what she's trained to do. And that is very important. So if you have a service dog that needs to be trained where you live, you can find a trainer. But organizations like Service Dogs Inc. will not train your dog. They have dogs that they have found that they know will train, that they know will do the job, that have been vetted both physically, emotionally, and deemed able to be a service dog. They work with them, and if they have issues they have, then they will rehome them to a good home. But they don't force a dog to work if the dog is not one willing or capable. So if you need a service dog and you have a dog, your dog may or may not be service dog material. And don't get upset for me saying that. It is not for every animal, just like service dogs are not for every person. I love my girl, and I got her in December, and in February, I think it was March, I flew to Washington, D.C. with her. Rights of other persons to be faithful, joy of premises trumps your desire to bring your dog in. Exactly. My right to my health and safety trumps your want. Exactly. Now, for example, well, let me finish this. I got on a plane. We flew from San Antonio to Houston, Houston to Washington. In fact, she saved my life in Washington. A bus was illegally in a lane and turning, and I was crossing the street. I had the right light. I wasn't doing anything wrong, but because I'm deaf, I could not hear it. And my dog pulled me back and prevented me from literally getting hit. The pedestrians around came all running. Everybody was shocked. Everybody was upset at the bus driver. So she's done that. She alerts me to a lot of sounds, people behind me, people calling my name. And then I traveled to Tennessee for 3 weeks with her. I also traveled to Florida with her, all in our first year. And not one place did I have an accident. Not one place did I have any problems with her. Now, did I have problems with other people's dogs? Yeah, betcha. It was funny. We're on the plane, and they put a guy next to us on the flight between San Antonio and Houston, because from Houston to Washington, I had first class. I paid for first class. It was tight, but it was a right choice. But they put me in with this guy who's in the military. He's bringing his bomb dog home from training, and the dog hated flying, and he sat on my dog halfway through the flight, or was up in the other guy's lap. And it was a huge German Shepherd. And my girl's just curled up and just looking at me like, yeah, just another day. That can be spread of all greater society, many things. You got that right. But I was terrified because my son is now 24. My daughter is going to be 20 in a few days. And my thing is that I know that I'm going to be, I'm a single person, and I was going to be living alone for the first time since I got married in 99. But even more so important that I'm living deaf for the first time. I'm deaf as an adult, and it's been gradual. And for me, it has been very scary. It's very exhausting. And since I got Sensei, or Jackie to everybody else, she's Sensei to me. But since I got my girl, everything's been great. Had very little problem. I've had really no trouble with her personally. I have trouble with too many people trying to treat her as their pet. When I'm out in public, people want to come up and pet her. And guess what, y'all? It's more the adults. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get that right. When the line's crooked, it drives me crazy. It's more the adults than the kids. The kids usually say, oh, mommy's work dog. The young ones, no touch, no touch, But I'll be walking with her in the grocery store at Hellmart, as I call it, instead of Walmart. And people will literally, adults will swipe as they walk by her. And I'm all like, why are you doing that? Why are you swiping my dog? And the other thing is, people like to take photo. Oh, that's why it's pulled. People like to take photos when we're out in public. And I'm all like, dude, don't take a picture of me with my dog. Who gave you that right? You're going to take a picture. I thought about putting a little button on her, $1 a pet. And it goes to the foundation that I got her from. A fundraiser, $1 a pet. I probably could get him a couple $1,000s by now. But no, if someone wants if that dog tried to bite you, it ain't a service dog. Plain and simple. No service dog behaves that way. They don't. That is someone who threw a vest on their dog, and any dog that's on one of those accordion leashes, that ain't no service dog either. Because under the rules and laws, you must have 100% control of that dog at all times. All times. And when you sit there and have them on an accordion leash, you don't have control. So we call Walmart Hellmart. We had a guy, I had a really scary moment. My daughter and I, it was dark. Back then it was about 7:00 and it's dark. It was like in the fall. We were having a good old time. We were coming out of Walmart and, and we were coming out of Walmart and my car's parked here. And then of course I'm on the end. So we have all these cars here and cars behind me. Well, 2 cars behind me and to the right of me, kind of like I'm here, they're here. So I go to put my dog into the vehicle, load her up. All of a sudden, this looked like to be a Chihuahua, but it wasn't. It was a terrier mix. Growling, come running up to me. And I am like, oh crap. So I told my dog, gave her command to get behind me. She tucks in behind me. My daughter slips in between me and the dog. And this real tall, skinny, methed out, tattooed, missing teeth guy comes over and yells at me for yelling, "Stop!" at the dog. See, one of the things that I've learned years ago, put your hand out like this in that motion and yell. That's all I could do. In hopes that it would stop. And he got mad at me for it. And he grabbed the dog. Well, he put the dog on a bicycle. And he had a homemade frame with these 2 little wheels, a metal platform, and 2 metal bars in the front and 1 in the back. So the side was open. And I said, that dog has to be on a leash in public. And he barked at me something. So I get in the car and he kind of pulls off behind. I go to turn around, and at Walmart where they have that area where they bring the baskets around to put them in. So I did a U-in. I saw a guy working there, and I told him what happened, and I wanted to speak to a manager. This guy came around the corner and started going off on me again, and I'm like, oh snap! I really got fearful. Well, we called the police, and the guy rode off. The police couldn't find him. Walmart banned him. But I'm finally getting hot, y'all. I've been cold all day. Now I'm hot. But I say that we could not find the dude. So the next day, we have something called Busted Something on Facebook. They arrested him for DUI. Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back. to run. Otherwise, I would have. Y'all are so awesome. Y'all are so awesome. Sorry, I had to leave. I had to take care of something. But anyway, sometimes I clean houses for elderly, and I have a rule that any pet must not be in the same area where I'm working for the pet safety in my home. Do you know what? You are so right about that. When I used to do some in-home health care, very few people did I allow their pet to be with me. Some of them wanted me to take care of their pet, but they had to sign a release. I didn't. I had them sign a release, and that's the way it was. I'm not gonna be responsible, nor am I gonna be harmed. I love the terriers and look, but they will almost never be a service animal, amongst the hardest to train. Yeah. And people are sitting here going on about, a lot of people will sit there because diabetes is an illness that you can't see. And a lot of them will sit there and say, oh, it's a diabetic dog. I have diabetes. Do you know what? My father was a brittle diabetic. I mean, extremely bad. To the point that it got to the point when he's sleeping, in the middle of the night, his numbers would drop. He had a sensor he wore. It would start screaming. He'd have to be life flighted. So I get diabetes. Okay. I hate it when people use things to get something they want that they don't need. And I will tell you what, if you truly have a need for like a service dog, I'll be the first one on your bandwagon and I'll be screaming the loudest, demanding that your rights get honored. We'll do that. Have done that as part of what I do. But I will tell you, I also be the first one to call you out when you're abusing it too. So, and it's like this case here they're waiting on for the Karen Swift murder trial. All right, Miss Karen, love you. You have David Swift who had a knee injury. I'll get off my soapbox. I'll get this camera right. There we go. David Smith had Swift had a knee injury. He had surgery. He recovered from the surgery and re-injured the knee. Aw, let me give you my shopping list. And he re-injured his knee. And when he injured his knee again, he was back on crutches. Not unusual. But what is unusual? And Lord knows I got attacked by a pit bull. I lost the ACL, MCL, LCL. All the LCLs were torn in my knee. And I mean to tell you, that was most painful. I'd rather give birth natural than go through that pain again. I mean to tell you, I came unglued. That was brutal. They basically told me you had what's called an internal amputation of the knee, my dear. But there are times for a while, and even now, that my knee doesn't feel so great, and it does its little thing. But I don't sit here on a Monday and be on crutches and then on a Tuesday be baling hay. I have baled hay, y'all. I have baled hay. And let me tell you, just the bearing of the weight of that 65 pounds on average of a baled of hay, and then having to turn in any direction or even leaning forward to hand that off to somebody else, oh my gosh, y'all, is absolutely insanity painful. And I say if, you have an injury of that caliber. I'm not believing his injury bit. But at the same time, they've not shown me in any way, shape, or form, I don't see anything to prove his guilt. So I think we have a hung jury. If I understand the defense, and it was kind of weird because I never fully got it. My 14-year-old son is out cutting. Yeah, I remember those days. And my grandpa, oh my God, he knew how to get his granddaughter to bale hay. He just had to hire a really young, cute cowboy. I've told this story before. I didn't want to go help Grandpa. I didn't want to bale hay. I don't care if he was paying me. I didn't want to do it. And then Grandma said, "Oh, I guess he hired some other help. Take it." She go, "Take a gander." And I took a gander, and I got in a gandering because that boy was out there. He was about 16, 17. I was about 13. He had a 6-pack on him. He had one of those champion buckles, the blue jeans, the cowboy boots, the cowboy hat, no shirt. Girl, baled hay with him all afternoon. Just saying. Yeah, the youngins can do that stuff. Let the youngins do it. But with this trial, with the David Swift trial, I'm a little perplexed because, correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't get to listen to closing arguments. Do y'all want to listen to closing arguments while we wait? We could do that. Let's do that. Let's do closing arguments, and then I'll put a separate feed up, and we will do closing arguments. That's what we'll do. We'll do the closing arguments, and then I'll pop up another feed so I can see.
Or the lessers, they'll have all the definitions they need with each charge there. Anything else that you all can think of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you ready for the jury then?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Oh, Amanda Knox was reconvicted of the slaughter of an Italian court. That ain't good. Okay, I got Verdict Watch going here, and we've got the actual. Let's kind of get that. I don't want to sit there and watch the belly crotch shot. I'm just saying. Seriously?
Ended sometime around 3:30 a.m. on October 30th, 2000.
A reference to proof that's been excluded in this case. One of the things that comes to mind, two things that come to my mind immediately would be one, some of the portion of the internet searches that were, that the state didn't offer and that were excluded. The other part would be, I think originally you asked some questions of the investigator about the political implications, and we're not going to make references to either of those kinds of evidence or anything else in closing argument that was excluded from evidence.
And also the TBI diagrams, I understand that if it's not in evidence to the jury, it's not going to be mentioned.
Correct. You're talking about the diagram that were contained in the TBI file?
Right. They weren't introduced.
Correct.
There was testimony.
That's right. The court excluded those.
Right. There was testimony through the officer.
Okay. All right. Are we, everybody, is that give you all what you need guideline wise to go by?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We made, I'm making the corrections to the jury charge that I found while reading them yesterday and consulted with you all. And I found a couple of typos that I read correctly. I'm having the printed version corrected this morning so that what the jury gets will be the correct version of the instructions that were read to them. They'll have exactly what was read to them there. Over some of the definitions, a lot of times I made reference that those terms had already been defined for them, but they are set out in connection with each charge over and over so that they don't have to refer back in order to figure out what those are with respect to any given charge, either the indicted charge or the lessers. They'll have all the definitions they need with each charge there. Anything else that you all can think of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you ready for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, State will go first.
Yeah, the longer we wait for the jury to come back, the better it usually is for the defendant. So it's either probably going to be a hung or an innocent, unless they've got all guilty and one innocent. But I don't think this is going to resolve today. I think it's going to definitely be a tomorrow verdict. So, you guys, we do have Karen Reed tomorrow. Are we sure? I need to know, so I got a preset. Dag nabbit. Are we sure, mods?
All right, let's be seated. Well, good morning to all.
So they opted to do Wednesday, Thursday, off on Friday?
As far as you can tell me.
That works.
Any problems with the admonitions that the court's been giving for overnight? Nobody is aware of any violations by themselves or anyone else in the matter. Everybody feels like they're able to proceed this morning. We're at the point in trial where I told you, or first thing in the trial, really the last thing before you begin deliberations are the closing arguments by the lawyers. Under our procedural rules, the state goes first in closing arguments, followed by the defendant, and then the state has an opportunity, excuse me, the state has an opportunity to close then after that. And so, General Goodman, Mr. Box? All right.
Karen and David Swift's marriage ended sometime around 3:30 a.m. on October 30th, 2011.
Why couldn't you
Sadly, it
speak
didn't
like that
end
through
the
the
way
whole
Karen had
trial? We
envisioned
could
it
hear
might
you.
when she filed for divorce earlier that month from David. But for all intents and purposes, their marriage had been over for a long time. You heard the troubles their relationship had, from David's affair that bore a son, to a divorce, to Karen's affair that caused David to believe that a quick, hasty move to Tennessee would change things, so abrupt that he left his oldest son, Preston, in Arkansas, so abrupt that Karen didn't even see the house that they moved to in Tennessee before they moved into it. But the move only made Karen
Came from
more
mommy, me, my
independent
papa.
from David. Her desire to be free from him only grew in Dyersburg. Karen made friends in Dyersburg. David did not. Karen was liked by many people she met in Dyersburg, and you've heard from several of them during the course of the trial. David struggled to fit in, and David's jealousy drove them further apart. His behavior was so bizarre that he was barred from Karen's friends' homes. David's controlling and stalking behavior ultimately led to Karen borrowing money from her friends and filing for divorce. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the spark that lit the powder keg. For a man who thrived on control, Karen was about to strip that away from him. They were struggling financially as a family. David couldn't afford to maintain the lifestyle he was accustomed to and pay child support and alimony. He wouldn't see his girls as nearly often as he had before. And while those things were important to him, Losing control of Karen was the most important to him. Recall the testimony of his obsessive behavior when it came to Karen. Remember the testimony of him hiding in her Murano at Walmart and then confronting Kathy Bona when they returned. Remember how he stalked Amanda MacArthur and Karen when they were just going to Big Lots. Remember how he stalked her at Applebee's while she was just having dinner with Jenny Garion. Remember how he surprised Janie Helm in her own backyard while he was trying to spy on Karen at the Bonas. And those are just the times we know of. Those are just the times he got caught. But that's the backstory. Let's get down to the murder of Karen Swift. I submit David's preparation to kill Karen started in earnest on August 25th when he twisted his knee, his previously injured knee at work in Tanaris. He was just standing there and he flopped into the arms of a coworker. That was his first manifestation of his intent to kill Karen. He would very publicly hobble around on crutches and pretend to be injured so people would think that there was no way that he could kill his wife. But what do we know about his claim of being disabled? Well, let's first go to the 29th. You recall Mr. Terry Harris talking about how David could drag 60-pound hay bales with no trouble. Carrie Smith, his physical therapist, told you there's a big difference in being able to carry something and being able to drag it. You also heard Carrie Smith tell you that he began a physical therapy regimen with David on November 16th, just weeks after Karen's murder. Mr. Smith knew better than anyone of David's physical capabilities at the time of the murder. And he stated without reservation that in his professional opinion, David was capable of dragging Karen's lifeless body out of the house, into a vehicle, and down into the kudzu at Bledsoe Cemetery.
Adrenaline can make you do a lot of things when you're hurt.
Remember, David goes to the skating rink and has that bizarre conversation with a woman he didn't even know. Later that day, David takes Keeley to the mall and encounters Janie Helm again. He tells her this was the same Janie Helm who told him to stay out of her backyard, the same Janie Helm who witnessed him driving up and down the road in front of the Bona's house whenever she would be visiting them. David told Janie about Karen's rebuff of his romantic invitation to a reconciliation dinner that night. He even asked if he could go back in her yard that night and spy on Karen again. As one might imagine, she again told him no. That dinner invitation rebuff was also recounted to you by Jason Creasy, Miss Swift's attorney. I submit that rejection that night was the straw that broke the camel's back, ladies and gentlemen. David goes home from the mall and he stews. He's sitting there with Karen, or he's sitting there with Keeley. Rejection eats at him while Karen is out partying with the Bonas and the Lees. And it finally sinks into him that night. Karen is really leaving him, and this time it's forever. After the party, the Bonas go with Karen and they get some fries and they head back to her house. Karen planned to spend the night with the Bonas that night, but you could tell by the text that I provided to you that David sent Karen that he didn't know that. He texted her around 10. When were you coming home? Go in the side door. The garage door's closed. Keeley's in bed with me. Karen and the Bonas hadn't been at the Bonas long when Ashley, who had been at a sleepover, texted Karen. She wanted Karen to pick her up and come home. And of course, that's what Karen immediately did. Now, David's versions of events, what happened that night, varied. We know it was 2:08 a.m. because that's when Karen's iPhone connected to the network extender at the Swift home. But David's story generally was that he talked to Karen and Ashley briefly, and then he went back to bed and slept until 10 o'clock the next morning when he discovered that Karen and her Murano were missing. But what was he really doing while he claimed to be asleep? We know from Special Agent Wade that he was awake because he was active on his computer from around 2:45 to 3:30. And what's he doing on his computer during that time? Well, we know he's accessing photos of Karen's tattoo. And I submit he's also accessing a device of Karen's, because what are the chances David's going to have 25 plus pictures of Karen's landscaping jobs on his phone? I submit David was sitting up in his room getting angry and angrier at the woman who rejected him. He's sitting in his room until his anger boils over and he decides to end his humiliation and end his marriage. But again, not in the way Karen had envisioned. I have to be candid. It is impossible to tell you the exact manner or mechanism of Karen's death. You heard Dr. Ross, the medical examiner, state to many questions, the body was simply too decomposed to tell. I submit to you, though, that given the physical evidence that we have, it is likely that David strangled Karen, dragged her body to the garage, and ended her life, if she wasn't already dead, with a blow to the head. However, to prove David killed Karen, the state is not required to prove the exact means of Karen's death beyond a reasonable doubt. What we are required to prove is who killed Karen beyond a reasonable doubt. Who, not how, is the decision you will have to make here. Now go back to David is up in his room. He's formulating his plan. He knows Ashley's a problem for his plans for Karen because she's in bed with Karen. He can't risk waking Ashley. So he goes down, he picks her up and puts her in Keely's room next door. And then he goes back to Karen. He had to get control of her somehow. I submit that he strangled her because her nails were not broken. There was no fingernail under, no DNA, under her fingernails. Those are classic signs of a victim that didn't struggle. What is important that Karen, he then drags her to the garage. With Karen's head lying on the concrete floor, he administers a powerful blow to her head. The exact object cannot be known, according to the medical examiner, Dr. Ross. And I submit ultimately it's unimportant for our consideration here today. What is important is that she did receive a blow so powerful that it fractured the right side of her skull into pieces, sending chips of bone into her brain. The left side of her brain experienced less severe fracturing, consistent with being held against a solid object, such as a garage floor. The opposing forces that were administered to her head caused the natural sutures in her head that were hardened when she was a child to come apart. Whatever state she was in entering the garage, that blow to the head ended her life. Dr. Ross testified that this wound could have been a closed head wound, which means no blood, or maybe very little blood. I submit there might have been some blood because all the bleach bottles in the backyard. Late October is not the time to clean a pool. And I submit from the photo of the pool and evidence behind the bleach bottles, that pool hadn't been attended to for quite some time. Now Karen is dead, and David is faced with a dilemma, what to do with her body. First, he has to worry about Ashley waking up. Remember, Keely's still upstairs in his bed. Either one wakes up alone and he's caught. So he moves Keely from his bed to downstairs with Ashley, where he had moved her previously. That way, if either girl wakes up, they will have the other one and hopefully go back to sleep. David loads Karen's body into either her Murano or his Volvo, drives the 6 minutes to the cross, and drags her into a depression. Now he's in a hurry, so he doesn't have a lot of time to cover her body up. So he drags her into a little dip, and he hopes that that is sufficient enough for her not to be seen by anybody who is driving or walking by. And it worked. She wasn't found for 40 days. The distance that he had to drag her from that road, and you see it in the picture there, it's not a formal paved road, but it's a path that's obviously traveled a lot by cars, was only about 20 feet, the testimony showed. I submit that the picture of Karen's body in her underpants completely support that she was dragged. Normally, when underpants are worn, they are up around the hips. Karen's was down. You could imagine that somebody dragging a body, the underpants would naturally scrape across the earth and have them pulled down somewhat. I submit that if you look at that gruesome photo of the body that's submitted into evidence, you will see that that is what happened to her underpants. Now that his task is accomplished, David heads back. He has more work to do. The cover up. He's got to make it look like she just took off in the middle of the night. So he gets an idea. I'll make it look like she had a flat. Drive her car down the road and leave it like she abandoned it after getting a flat tire. So he takes an item that's in every garage in America almost, a screw and a screwdriver, and he inserts the screw into her tire. But what he didn't count on was that the screw wouldn't have caused the tire to go flat immediately. So he's forced to deflate it. and he does that by manually depressing the stem. He goes back to the house and collects Karen's iPhone. The phone goes off the network extender at 4:38, and down the road he goes. This is consistent with what Miss Mary McWhorters told you she heard and when she heard it. The defense will have you believe that her phone did not go off the network extender until 5:09. Their expert testified, don't believe Verizon and their records, believe me. What makes his testimony so unbelievable is he'd have you believe that at 5:09, she left the house and immediately turned off her phone. But what's interesting is that he really didn't have an answer for at 5:09, that exact moment she left the house, her iPhone quit accepting data forever. Think about it. How likely is it that you're leaving your house to meet someone and the second you walk out of your door, you turn your phone off? It just doesn't follow. But let's go back to what really happened. There are two flaws in David's plan he didn't count on. First, driving a car on a flat tire is noisy. So much so that he woke his neighbor, Mary McWhorters. Second, it most likely didn't occur to him before he started out on his journey that he couldn't just drive her car to some far off place. He'd have to walk back. And walking back on the side of the road at that time of night, when only people who were walking that's not of their own choosing would be on the road, he would draw attention if somebody drove down the road and saw him walking. So he leaves the car at the first intersection, Harness and Millsfield. Mr. Bolden and the defense's tire experts testified that the front tire that was flat showed extensive run flat damage, consistent with being driven on while flat for a good distance. At the highway, David makes another mistake. David's tall. Karen was short. He forgot to move the seat back forward when he got out. You heard Deputy Alexander testify that he's 6'2", and when he got in the car, he didn't have to move the seat back. It's an understandable mistake. David had a lot on his mind at that time. So he gets out of the car and begins the short walk home, 5 minutes at a leisurely pace. Then he remembers he still has Karen's phone. He can't take it back in the house because the network extender will register that. So he stomps it into what you see in the pictures and tosses it in the brush off the abandoned driveway on Harness, which is on his way back home. I submit to you that the iPhone is critical in this case because logic will tell you that the person that smashed Karen's iPhone also smashed Karen. Agent Rexon testified that before it was destroyed, the iPhone was somewhere on the wide arc she just showed you in the pictures. She also told you the tower connections that she read in the RTT reports showed that the phone was most likely in that bottom arc away from the Mississippi River, and the bottom part of the arc, which is where Karen's body was disposed of, where the Swift home was, where the phones were discovered, and where the car was abandoned. So common sense and simple math tell us that it was on the far right side of the arc because Marty Lamb and Jimmy Martin both testified that they saw Karen's vehicle at 5:15, just 6 minutes after the iPhone was destroyed. So when was Karen's iPhone smashed and tossed in the weeds? Again, that's something I can't give you an exact answer to. The phone was found, we know the phone had its last contact with Verizon at 5:09. It was found by Trooper Page 145 feet off Harness Road in the woods. That driveway that led into that was only 578 feet from the Swift home and directly on the path David would have taken going home. And because it was destroyed, that iPhone no longer connected to the network extender or to Verizon's towers. The twist about Karen's phones is this. Remember, the iPhone was found right beside the Voyager phone. What was the last activity of the Voyager phone? Agent Wade testified to you that at 9:55 that morning, it called voicemail. That's 5 hours after almost 5 hours after Karen's iPhone was destroyed. Agent Wade told you that call does not appear on the Voyager's Verizon records. And Agent Rexing and Agent Wade both told you that the reason why a phone call would appear in an extraction but not on the Verizon records is that call was being routed through another type of network. such as a network extender. Ladies and gentlemen, that Voyager phone called voicemail at 9:55 on October 30th from the Swift home. The compelling fact of this is that the phones were found together. The person who dialed voicemail at 9:55 in the Swift home was the same person who destroyed Karen's iPhone. How else could they get in the woods together? Whoever discarded the Voyager phone had to have known where that iPhone was. But when did he do it? Again, we cannot know. He might have tossed the iPhone on the way back from the Murano. Makes sense that Karen would try to hide the phone that she was concealing from David somewhere in her room, in a drawer under her mattress. David had plenty of time to get back and search her room and find it before the girls got up around 10. You saw the pictures of her room. It was ransacked. Not like David was hesitant at all to snoop in Karen's room. Remember the story he so unnecessarily happily relayed to both sets of detectives who interviewed him about the glass object he found in her coat pocket? And if there's any question in your mind about David possessing that Voyager phone, remember David telling officers in that first interview, almost right off the bat, that he had confronted Jamie Gurian the night before, which was October 30th, the day Karen went missing, that he had confronted Jamie because he had discovered Jamie and Karen had been talking. Agent Wade told you the only calls between Jamie and Karen were on that Voyager phone, the phone David professed not to know she had. So David calls Jamie Gurian on the night she went missing and inquires to him about calls made on a phone he claims to not know of. David pretends to sleep, or he does whatever he's doing. We know there is some period of computer activity again that morning, and the girls wake around 10. He acts surprised when they tell him their mom isn't home. He calls Karen's phone, sends a few texts, pretending not to know where she is. He keeps this up until Jenny Lamb tells him Karen's car's on the highway around 2 that afternoon. By this time, her friends, the Bonas, are getting a little freaked out. They can't get a hold of Karen. After Kathy talks to David, Bill Bona reports her as a missing person to the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. Brandon Alexander, who's now with the Dyersburg Police, is first to respond. He finds the vehicle secure, doors locked, windows up. David brings a spare key to the scene, and Alexander checks the vehicle for signs of foul play. This is when he sits in the Murano's driver's seat without having to move it. Nothing seems amiss. So Alexander, once Sergeant Walker gets on scene, he goes off to take other calls. Sergeant Walker calls his higher-ups, such as Chief Investigator McCright, and asks permission to have the car towed at that point. He knows that it's important to preserve any evidence that might be found in the vehicle. Sergeant Walker asks David if he can do a walkthrough at the house and see if there are signs of an obvious struggle. Seeing none, he leaves. He comes back later with Deputy Petrie, and they are talking to David out in the front yard. Their testimony was that David was more than excited to share his experience as a reserve deputy sheriff in Arkansas. But when they asked him direct questions about Karen, he lowered his head and searched for answers. The next morning, it's October 31st, it's Monday morning. Chief Investigator McCright assembles other investigators from the Sheriff's Office along with TBI agent Nathan Bishop to formulate a plan to search for Karen. Exigent circumstance requests are sent to Verizon and search parties are planned. But first, Chief Investigator McCright wants more experienced deputies or more experienced investigators to interview David to dig a little deeper. So David comes to the office, and right off the bat, he starts telling investigators that just yesterday he discovered that Karen had another phone that the Bonas gave her. He tells them about confronting Jamie Gurian the previous evening. And I've already reminded you that Karen's Verizon phones, the phone that David, remember, was showing Deputy Alexander. He brought Deputy Alexander into Karen's room, and he brought up her Verizon account and was showing him her records. There were no calls to Jamie Gurian on that phone. The only way David could have known that she and Jamie Gurian had talked was if he had possession of that Voyager phone and was scrolling through the call log. Now, Jamie testified that he didn't remember the calls, but the records are the records. And it's not that just that David lied about the Voyager phone. It's why he lied, because he had to. When he was being interviewed by those investigators, he knew that Voyager phone was lying in the weeds right beside that iPhone in the woods. It'd be pretty hard to explain how he knew the contents of a phone that he was claiming he didn't know existed. He goes on to tell the investigators of his version of talking to Janie Helm at the mall that night. He tells the investigators, she told him, you got to come in my backyard, see what's really going on. You heard Janie Helm testify. You think she really invited David into her backyard? Pretty much the rest of the interviews are David nonstop Karen bashing, not so subtly telling the investigators Karen was a drunk, a serial adulterer. The implication being with somebody who's that wild and careless, anything could have happened to her. David's self-serving interviews aside, let's focus on the night in question. Because for someone other than David Swift to have killed Karen, there are several things you must believe have occurred. First, Karen must have had plans to meet someone that night. No one just leaves the house at 4:30 on a Sunday morning to aimlessly drive around. You heard Agent Wade. Her last text from a romantic interest ended with, call me sometime, I'd love to take you to dinner. Second, Karen would have had to have moved both Ashley and Keeley to the other bedroom. Does that make sense? Remember, David texted Karen and said, Keeley's in bed with me. She was 5. This was the middle of the night. Karen would have never gone into David's bedroom to move Keeley. It just doesn't make sense. She was trying to sneak out, as the defense claims. Why would she risk waking not one, but 2 sleeping children and alerting David by going into his bedroom? It simply doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Think about the timing of it as well. What had Karen done on the day of the 29th? She spent her day cleaning a filthy Habitat for Humanity home in Trimble. She had gone to a party where she had some drinks. Kathy Bona said she was drinking margaritas. She picks up Ashley and arrives home. We can surmise by the toxicology report and the bottle of PM cold medicine in a half-empty water bottle by her bed, she took a Benadryl and went to sleep. Benadryl on top of alcohol, what did Dr. Ross say about that? Greatly enhanced sedative effects. Karen, after all of that, the defense will have you believe, gets up to meet someone on 2.5 hours of sleep. Remember the last text from the Voyager phone that she received. Call me sometime. I'd love to take you out to dinner. That's hardly, hey, let's meet at 5 o'clock in the morning. Mary Claire Hopper testified that Karen was expected to be cleaning the Trimble house again that Sunday. Karen needed that money. She would have never missed an opportunity to earn cash to get away from David. Next, let's talk about the tire in depth. The defense will have you believe that the Murano ran over the screw heading to Millsfield Highway. Let's break down the opinions of the experts. First, they both agree there was no manufacturing or design defects in the tire. Second, they both agree the tire was severely damaged from operating while flat. Third, they partially agree with the conclusion of their expert partially agrees with Mr. Bolden's conclusion that the loss of air was from the screw. Mr. Darr said it could have come from the valve stem. Mr. Bolden's response to that, when I asked him, he said, of course it could have come from the valve stem. I was only hired to examine damage to the tire. Lastly, and most important, the defense's expert asserts the screw could have been inserted perpendicularly through natural acts of driving down the road. First thing to note about this opinion, and it's a big note, they claimed the tire was not available for inspection, so they could only examine photographs they described in their report as having poor resolution. Chief McCright testified, and it was unrebutted by the defense, that no one ever asked to examine that tire. So Quality Forensic Engineering made a decision to offer you a report on a tire they never physically inspected and claimed it was because it was not available. That being said, let's turn our attention to the conclusions they reached. They stated they had tested thousands of tires over the years, and many, I quote, many screws and nails had been seen to enter the tested tire perpendicularly. They continued to say it was, and again I quote, unlikely that they were all manually inserted, and it is plausible a screw could be inserted perpendicularly through normal driving. That's essentially saying anything is possible. I asked Mr. Dar if he had any diagrams or illustrations that could explain to us mathematically how that could occur, and he did not. Mr. Bolden's next conclusion about that entering perpendicular is also compelling, because he told you that he knew that it was manually inserted because the head of the screw was below the tire tread. Quality asserts, oh, hold on. The tire could have, after having driven over that screw perpendicularly, as Mr. Bolden said, a stars aligning moment, that it also could have driven over a pebble of precise size. Can't be too big or it'll hit the treads. It has to be the precise size and has to hit that screw head exactly right to drive it up underneath the treads. That's the second star aligning event that the defense says happened in a quarter mile. Next, quality took issue with Mr. Bolden's assertion that because he did not see localized tearing on the inside tire liner, that supported his conclusion that it was inserted manually. The defense expert, Mr. Dar, instead of testing a similar inflated tire, he takes a similar tire, doesn't inflate it, sticks wooden blocks in it, and then he hammers screws into the tire and puts his drill into the tire and claims that this was a comparable examination. Have you ever heard the term comparing apples to oranges? I submit Quality's engineering's report is just that. But let's continue with the defense's theory of Karen's death. So she snuck out. Her car runs over a screw, then runs over a rock, which wedges the screw deeper in the tire. It deflates. She continues to drive, causing the run flat damage. Now she's on Millsfield Highway. We know she left the house at 4:38. That is consistent with what Mary McWhorter's heard going down the road at that time. She stops at the intersection. What do we know about the Murano? You saw the pictures of the back. The jack had not been attempted to be accessed. We know from her phone records, both Verizon and the Voyager, the iPhone and the Voyager records, she didn't phone a friend. She didn't call AAA. So what's the only other option she could have been, the only option she was faced with? Her only alternative was to walk home. You heard one of her friends testify, Karen was in such good shape, she could have made a quarter-mile walk in 3 minutes. So she starts walking back. And her phone, we know, stopped connecting towers at 5:09 when it was presumably destroyed. The defense will have you.
No problem, Eddie. You did a fabulous job. I really appreciate you.
Woken up by Karen's flat tire going down the road.
Love you, babe.
And those few minutes after he was woken up, that he walked or drove down to where Karen was at the
All right. See you manana morning, 8 o'clock.
Instantly formed the intent to abduct and kill her. A woman he didn't even know. John Hogshuter, who'd spent the entire weekend at church-related events, really had murder in his heart. That's what the defense will have you believe. And think about this. How would John Hogshuter would have been able to creep up on Karen while she was walking home and kill her? Where would he have taken her? His wife was home. There were no defensive wounds. Remember, her fingernails were intact. There was no DNA under her fingernails. Karen was described as a feisty woman. She'd have fought John Hogshuter if he tried to grab her on that road. The defense will have you believe that Hogshuter was able to get her off the road before 5:15 when Marty Lamb and Jimmy Martin saw her vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, your charge is one of reasonable doubt. I submit the defense's John Hogshuter theory is anything but reasonable. I submit that the state has shown you reasonable doubt, or showed beyond a reasonable doubt, that only one person on the planet had the motive, the means, and most importantly, the opportunity to kill Karen Swift. I submit that David's self-reported knee injury and hobbling around on crutches and a brace was proof that he was formulating a plan to kill Karen and used his supposed disability as a defense. It's hard to remember you're supposed to be hurt when you're really not. From hay bales to jumping off on a four-wheeler, you've heard several witnesses testify that his claim of injury was at best exaggerated. Kerry Smith is a man who testified to you and as a physical therapist, his whole professional life was devoted to testing people's and their physical capabilities due to injuries and rehabbing those injuries. Mr. Smith told you without hesitation that David Swift on October 30th was capable of dragging Karen's 125-pound lifeless body. This case is about one thing: identity. Who killed Karen Swift? Given all that you heard, I'm confident you will come to the conclusion there's only one person in the planet that could have killed Karen Swift, and it was David. David was content with the status quo at 65 Willie Johnson Road. He was happy. He was fine with being in a marriage that was a marriage in name only. Karen was not, and David killed her for it.
Mr. Taylor? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I believe the judge is going to enforce these time standards, so let me get to the point. Let me start out by thanking each of you. Can y'all hear me? I'll use my outside voice. For your service. This has been a long trial. It's been a long trial for those of us who do this sometimes. And we appreciate your patience with me, our questions. I told you it was going to be a fight. Justice is only served if there's a fight through questions, and through this struggle, you decide. I also would like to say to Mr. Goodman and Mr. Box, we have been passionate in this case. And I commend you, and you've tried to do your job, and I've tried to do my job as professionals. Thank you, Judge, too, for your patience and sustainments. In this case, Karen and David Swift were married for a number of years. They were happy. They had 2 boys. They had a divorce. They had problems. They got back together. They had 2 daughters. They're in Dyersburg. David's working. Karen's doing her activities. David's working a lot. He's raising his family. As time moves into 2011, Karen Swift changed. And it's just a fact. And I'm not trying to trash her or trash David, but they grew apart. Other people got involved with activities that made him uncomfortable and some of her friends uncomfortable, that they backed away from her. And they talked about how they did things as families, and then it changed. We talked earlier about when you're in a relationship and somebody you believe is not being honest with you, sometimes you want to find out. You check on them, you ask them questions, and sometimes that happens. There's no violence. There may be questions, accountability. Hey, where are you going? It may get on the other one's nerves, but if somebody says they're going to go to Walmart and go shopping, and then in nighttime, and then it seems out of the ordinary, and then you go and they're not there, a lot of people in a relationship might want to know. There was no hitting, struggling. It was asking questions, and she didn't like it, and I guess Ms. Bona didn't, because they wanted to change. I mean, they wanted to do what they wanted to. But Karen Swift was not afraid of David Swift. You heard about another issue where she's parked at the mall and they see his car. Karen Swift asked the lady with her to flash the lights, and David Swift came over and they had a conversation. She wasn't afraid of him at all. She was a strong lady physically, and the prosecutors talk about control. They talk about him trying to control her, but really, did David Swift control her? She had another phone supplied by another couple. She went where she wanted to go. She had joint access to their bank account. And so did he really have control? Because she went where she went, she did the behavior she wanted to, and that's just a reality. And as we move on closer to the time she got a divorce, she would come.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Okay, I have to unmute myself. I'm sorry. I gotta unmute. I'm like, Your Honor, we need the verdict. Your Honor, you have been a good judge, Your Honor. You have blessed us mightily with a fair and equal trial. Did I agree with everything? No, Your Honor.
Self-locked out.
All rise, bring the jury. Drum roll, please. Do we have a verdict? Sorry. They're going to want to go home. How much you want to bet?
All right, let's be seated. Good afternoon to you all.
Good evening, Your Honor.
It's 5 o'clock. I thought it was probably an appropriate time for us to talk about what we want to do about, later this afternoon and at least the evening. We've got a couple of options, and you don't have to decide sitting right there, but you may already know one of our options is to order some dinner in. We could probably have it here in about an hour and let you all keep going for a little while, feed dinner, and then maybe
unless they're hung, yes.
Hours where we are there. The other would be to stop for the day and come back fresh tomorrow there. And I'm willing, and I know the court staff and the attorneys are willing to let you continue to talk as long as you want to discuss the case.
I'd do it today and get it over with if we were close.
Four-person. Do you have a feeling about it at the moment, or do you want to chat? Do you all want to chat in the jury room and then kind of let me know what you want to do?
Feeling, right?
You think what?
It'd be a good time to stop for the day.
You think? Okay.
No.
Any particular reason? It's just you all worn out? I know you've been at it a good
Wait. Yes, sir.
There. Okay. All right. Let me talk with the lawyers for just a few minutes, and then we'll let you know what our logistics are. Is that good? Good with everybody? Okay, give me a few minutes and we'll do it.
Nope.
All right.
Nope. I feel like Beaker. If they're not close enough to getting some kind of a verdict tonight, I agree. Sleep on it, come back tomorrow. But dag nabbit, now we're going to be in the Karen Reed trial and verdict watch all over again.
All right, let's be seated. Sounds to me like they're tired. What do you think?
I think we all's tired.
I'm hesitant to tell them they've got to stay, even in the face. When she said it's a good time to stop, not one of them said no. Every one of them agreed with her assessment of the thing. And so I am inclined to adjourn for the day. And I'll give them a strong admonition about conduct tonight. And then we'll get them back here early in the morning there. So why don't we do that? We'll bring them back at 8:30 in the morning and let them go directly to the jury room and begin deliberation. I'll have them here maybe at 8 or 8:15. Maybe I'd probably ask them to come on about 8 o'clock and get started. Is that
pick a time?
Because we won't
8 to have 8.
8.
No, 15, 8:30, 8:30. No, 8 o'clock. Bingo. That's it.
Okay. Objection here. I think if we could be here by 8:30, I think it'd be fine. Is that okay? I'll just tell them to be here by 8:15 like they've been doing. I think a routine is a good thing there. So that way we won't do anything any earlier for them than we've been doing. Okay, let's get them back in then.
This is either his last night of freedom or the first night of the rest of his life of freedom.
All right.
Bring the jury. I like that. I don't know why. Okay, guys.
I know you're confused. I know you all are confused, especially there on the front row.
When they're done, we're going to consider this
All right,
the end of our day because it's been streaming over 9 hours today.
Is there, I mean, when you said it's a good time to stop, I didn't see anybody disagree there. And so I know maybe you nod your head. Let's go. Let's keep on moving. I think we'll go ahead and quit for today. Let you all go home this evening, get some rest, have your meal at home, come back same time in the morning, maybe 8:15. You'll go directly to the jury room. If you're there by 8:15, you go ahead and start deliberations. You don't need any of us first thing in the morning, and then we'll just make sure everybody's here. Then, now you know the drill of what I'm about to tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway because that's my job. Don't discuss the case with anybody else. Do not deliberate informally with each other tonight. All of your deliberations must take place as a group in the jury room. Do not speak with the attorneys, the defendant, any family members of any side there. You may not give interviews for any reason under any conditions at this point as well. Again, you know that there is a lot of information out there about the trial. Don't read, listen to, or watch any of that. Don't post anything on any social media or internet site, and do not permit anybody to discuss the case with you. Don't do any independent research on your telephone or your computer, or try to visit any places mentioned during the trial. All right, having said all that, we'll let you all go for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:15 then. Okay. All right. Is there anything else before we adjourn for the evening? Okay, I'll see you all here 8:30 in the morning then. We will not convene court, but we'll be here ready for them when they're ready. Okay? Yeah, let's give the jurors just a minute to disperse. That's the word I was looking for, disperse. Okay, yeah, we've got to unlock the doors and let them and everybody else out this evening.
Okay, y'all. I had to quickly answer the door. Okay, so tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for them. Want to ask if anybody knows who this guy is. I have to ask. Who
Now, he might ask her questions.
Who is this dude? Does anybody know who this dude is? Oh, gee, gads. Well, guys, I'm going to let you go. I've got somebody else who just came in the door. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Come on back, sir. It's a friend of ours. So we're going to head on out of here. I hope you have an awesome day. I will see you tomorrow. And just remember, be nice to everybody. We all struggle.